Good evening, everyone. We'll convene the July 16th MCE Board of Directors meeting. The time is 6:30. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Belvedere, Benicia,
Here.
Concord,
I am here.
Contra Costa County,
Here.
Corte Madera, Danville,
Here.
El Cerrito, Fairfax,
Here.
Fairfield,
Here.
Hercules,
Here.
Lafayette,
Here.
Larkspur,
Here.
Marin County. She's here. Martinez,
Present.
Mill Valley, Moraga, the City of Napa, Napa County and 4 Napa cities. Thank you. Novato,
Here.
Oakley,
Here.
Pinal,
Here.
Pittsburgh,
Present.
Pleasant Hill,
Here.
Richmond, Ross, San Anselmo is here, San Pablo, San Rafael, San Ramon,
Here.
Sausalito, Solano County, Tiburon,
Here.
Thanks.
Vallejo, Walnut Creek.
Here.
Quorum established.
Thank you. Now moving on to board announcements. Are there any board announcements from directors? And we'll start in San Rafael.
I have something, and also Director Alessio has something, so she can go first. But I just want to mention, Director Walker is here from San Anselmo, and I'm not sure if the clerk heard that. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, and my colleagues over in Concord, and everybody here in San Rafael. I'm just going to give it just a quick report out from the Finance Committee as Chair. So the Finance Committee, we convened most recently on Thursday, June 25th. We received stats updates on financial audit for fiscal year ending 2026. We received a review interim financial statement for fiscal year ending 2026, approved and recommended to the board, which is on our consent. So I hope that's okay. I'll go ahead and just kind of share what that was, since it is on consent, is that we are making a recommendation to the board of a temporary waiver of the operating reserve fund policy cap of an $80 million deferral of fiscal year ending 2026 revenues into the operating resource fund. And if you recall, this board, when we looked at reducing rates, we withdrew from that fund. It was either $62 or $64 million, leaving very, very little left in the operating reserve fund. So for the greater good and stability, financial stability of the agency, that's why we're making that recommendation. The committee's next meeting is going to be scheduled July 29th at 10 a.m. and we welcome anybody and everybody to join us on Zoom.
And we have Director Sackett next.
Thank you. I wanted to, as the board may recall, in June, the Ad hoc Governance Council was given the direction to interview and make a selection of governance counsel for a law firm for the board. 11 firms submitted proposals in response to that RFO. Those proposals were then reviewed and scored on their level of expertise on public sector practice, price, references, et cetera. Additional reference checks happened. Earlier this week, the governance committee met and we reviewed sort of the finalist of that selection, and we did select a firm, Alishire and Widener, to move forward. We expect to be in contract with them shortly in the next couple of weeks, and then they will be able to guide us through the next steps of all of the governance work we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you. I want to give, mine is not as brief, I apologize, an update on the July 6th Executive Committee meeting. We approved recommendations with revisions and conditions for the formation of an ad hoc CEO search committee and a grand jury response committee. We had recommended board member names. For the full board's consideration, there were requests that the CEO search committee develop touch points to bring to the board and/or XCOM depending on timing. Some members also requested considering hiring an interim CEO within the scope of the CEO search ad hoc and ultimately the recruiter. In addition, staff sent, as requested at XCOM, staff sent out emails to the full board on each requesting that if board members wish to be on either, they send their name into staff, and there is a list. There was a goal to try to keep the CEO search to 7 and grand jury response to 5, which this could change. The committee approved a proposed exception as Director Alessio spoke about to the operating reserve fund policy, so I don't need to repeat that. And again, that comes to the full board today. The committee approved a proposed resolution for the full board today to have the MCE General Counsel report directly to the board rather than the CEO. And the acting CEO report, and maybe he's going to do that tonight, so I hope I'm not stealing his thunder. He noted the 2 procurement workshops. The second was held on July 8th, and a third may be added. He suggested at that time the California Energy Commission's requirements for the power content label. Staff also reached out to finance stakeholders, Fitch, S&P, Royal Bank of Canada, River City Bank, and others to determine if they have concerns regarding business continuity, the financial implications for MCE regarding the CEO matter. They don't have concerns at this time, but express interest in knowing the timing of the leadership transition, the process and the criteria for selecting the next CEO. And as Director Sackett just talked about, the governance assessment contract is in place. And as we already know that work was started July 15th. And then the First District Court of Appeals denied Cal CCA's appeal regarding the CPUC decision regarding the PCIA retroactivity, and Cal CCA will file an appeal with the California Supreme Court. I also want to mention that Procurement Workshop 2, unfortunately I had another board meeting, but I did watch it. And again, it's great work for Vicken bringing this up, for CB leading it with the team of Sabrina, Andy, Johnny, but just incredible work and really open discussion, answering a lot of very difficult questions. So I have to say I totally enjoyed it. So thank you so much. And I see CB smiling, which very deservedly so. So great work. And I saw a number of board members there, and I'm sure others will be watching it. And I think stay tuned for number 3. So thank you so much. Chair Scales Preston. I think we're done over here in San Rafael. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kohler, Director Alicio, and Director Sackett. And all of that is, I think, is just wonderful news of how we're trying to all work together to move forward. As it was mentioned, that the government assessment consultant firm started this week, and so I'm very happy that that work will be beginning, and we'll be getting right into how we look at change here at MCE and working together collaboratively on that. Also with regards to, I just wanted us to just be grounded today. I just want to thank all of our board members that have been putting all of their time into doing the best that they can for MCE. I want to thank staff as well for all their hard work, not just on these workshops, but helping us with getting governance counsel, as well as getting affirmed for the government assessment. And as we continue to move on with all the work that we have to get done, I just want us all to be thinking about how can we work together. We have all eyes watching us right now, and I really would like if we can all just come together and work collaboratively. Me, myself, whatever I can do to help do that. If it's me coming over to San Rafael, if it's me coming over to meet with any of you directors over on the San Rafael side in Marin County, I am available. I'm happy to do that. I'll make sure that I will make myself available. I just want to make sure that we are extending the olive branch to each other and how we can move forward. We have a lot of work to do, and we need everybody on board to get that work done. And I just want us to be respectful of each other. Each of you, are leaders in your community. And as we are being leaders, we have this different hat when we come to MCE. And so we want to continue to represent our constituents in all of the counties that we represent and all of the cities as well. And so as we move forward with the agenda this evening, I just hope that we can just keep that in mind of just being respectful of each other, being collaborative, working together. Everyone's thoughts and opinions matter. And just thank you just for the work that all of you do. Moving on to just board announcements here in Concord. Do I have any directors? Okay.
Chair down here.
Yes, Director Bailey.
Yes, thank you. TechCom committee convened on Tuesday, July 14th. The committee had two things that we approved. One was a streamlined process for agenda setting. The second item was we approved a renewable PPA with Moquini Wind Energy, which is, I think, down in Livermore. The product is actually located, as I said, in Alameda, 167,000 megawatt hours of renewable energy annually to MCE. Or the annual electricity needs of approximately 39,000 residential customers. The next meeting of the TechCom will be on August 7th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Director Bailey, for that update. Now moving on to see if we have any public comment here in Concord with regards to board announcements. All right, seeing none. Do we happen to have any public comment in San Rafael, Director Kohler or Madam Clerk?
No, we do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment via Zoom joining us?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Thank you. I will move it to the next item, which is public open time. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on anything that is not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public in San Rafael that would like to speak at this time?
I see no one, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any members of the public in Concord that would like to speak during this time? All right, I'm seeing none. Moving on to Zoom. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide public comment, Madam Clerk?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, I'll turn it over to you, Vicken.
Well, good evening, board members, staff, and members of the public. Following our public workshop on Index Plus and hedges, and as we continue our public dialogue to inform future board policy direction, I thought it would be helpful to provide some historical context on MCE's hedging program and its impact on our budget and rates. The primary objective of MCE's short-term hedging strategy is to reduce customer exposure to CAISO wholesale market price volatility and support stable retail rates. While MCE's long-term power purchase agreements naturally hedge a portion of our expected energy needs, short-term financial hedges are used to manage the remaining exposure to California Independent System Operator market prices. I'd like to bring to your attention the chart on the screen. MCE's short-term hedging significantly narrowed the range of annual load costs, reducing both the magnitude and variability of customer exposure to wholesale market prices. Historical realized customers' outcomes of hedges varied with market conditions, which is expected for a risk-managed program. Overall, the results indicate the program has performed consistently with its primary objective of reducing market volatility and supporting more stable customer rates. The key takeaways from this is that short-term hedging narrowed annual day-ahead CAISO energy load cost variability from $237 to $582 million. That is the 287, the pinkish bars. So from 237 to 582 to 280 million to $399 million, which are the light blue bars, if I'm getting my colors right, providing greater cost stability for customers during 2021 to 2025. During periods of elevated market volatility between 2021 and 2023, hedge settlements offset higher market costs. During the relatively calmer markets of 2024 to 2025, hedge settlements reduced realized value because the market risks being hedged against did not materialize to the same extent. So basically, the hedges made the financial risks, budgetary impacts, and risk rate pressures even across those 5 years by purchasing these insurances, basically. And again, hedges are like insurances. You buy it, you pay for it before the incident happens to your asset or property. Okay, on a financial update, because there were some questions recently about performance of our prepay, I'd like to provide a brief update on MCE's prepayment transactions. Since 2022, the board has approved and MCE has completed 3 prepayment transactions. The weighted average savings are 11.42%, exceeding the board-approved minimum weighted average savings target of 8.45%. Since 2022 and through June 2026, more than $34 million in savings have already been realized, helping lower power supply costs and support the stable customer rates. As you may recall, we had $11.1 million in savings from prepaid transactions in our fiscal year ending 2027 budget. On the Power Resources Workshop, thank you very much, directors, for including it in your briefings. So the one thing I want to add is that really appreciate all the participation from the public and board members. But the latest step will be for workshop number 3. Staff is now compiling the recommendations and key themes raised during the first 2 workshops. We will soon announce the date of a 3rd workshop focused on reflecting back what we've heard, confirming that we've accurately captured the key perspectives, and identifying any gaps before continuing the board's procurement policy discussions. Probably this will happen in late August, and our intent is to bring it to board retreat for discussion on our ultimate policy decisions for procurement. Again, governance assessment was covered. I don't want to repeat that. The next meetings are scheduled for July 21st for governance assessment. But I want to take this opportunity again to recognize our staff. I want to recognize and thank our staff for the dedication, professionalism, and resilience they continue to demonstrate during a period of significant organizational change. Despite uncertainty and new challenges, our team remains focused on serving our customers, supporting our communities, and advancing MCE's mission. Public service is at the heart of what we do, and I'm continuously impressed by the commitment, integrity, and care our staff brings to that responsibility every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from directors here in Concord? Or Vicken?
This is Director Darling, and I just want to echo what Vicken has said. As the vice chair of the board, I have had a lot of interaction with staff, everybody, general counsel, power procurement team, and I really appreciate the level of support that you guys have provided. And I respect the work that you guys are doing in a time of turbulence. So I really appreciate it, especially general counsel Catalina Murphy. She is handling it all while her cohort is off on vacation. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you, Director Darling. And just wanted to add, even though her Linda Lai is on vacation, she's still been working while
She's calling me.
Yes, she's been working while she's been on vacation. So we all been connecting.
Everybody's doing a great job.
So just thank the team for all their hard work again. Any additional directors here in Concord? Seeing none, going over to San Rafael to see if there's any directors with any questions or comments for Vicken.
I see none over here. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. Do we have any public comment here in the room in Concord? Seeing none. Any public comment in San Rafael?
There is none, Chair.
Any public comment via Zoom, Madam Clerk?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is the consent calendar. That's item number 5. Would any board members like to remove any items from the consent calendar? Looking here in Concord, seeing none. Any board members, directors would like to move any items from the consent calendar in San Rafael?
I see Director Sackett.
I don't want to remove anything from the consent calendar, but I did want to comment on consent calendar 5. It discussed sort of the notion of bringing back customer service program later in the year regarding heat pumps. And I would like to see that come back later in the year as discussed in that staff report.
Thank you, Director Sackett, for highlighting that.
We have Director Alessio would like to make a comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just on that note, I had a conversation with our acting CEO about this, and the policy that's coming out with the Bay Area Quality. I think it's 9.4, 9.6. I have it here. I was going to make a mention at board announcements at the very end for a potential presentation, but I know this is going to affect every community, and there might be other opportunities and other needs in other communities that later on, when we get a financial update in September, we might be able to give back to our community a little bit more. So I appreciate that, and for the CEO to include that in the report.
Thank you. Do we have any?
No others here, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent calendar in San Rafael at this time?
No, we don't.
Any members of the public here in Concord? Seeing none. Any members via Zoom, Madam Clerk?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Okay. Do I have a motion to move the consent calendar?
Director Darling, I will move to approve C1 through C5.
Alessia will second that.
We have a motion by Director Darling, that's seconded by Director Alessio. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pinal,
Aye.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
San Ramon,
Yes.
Solano County,
Yes.
Solano County.
Yes.
Thank you. Tiburon,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Did I miss anybody? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, this weekend, I just want to add a comment that our, regarding Director Alessio, another comment about the program funding. Our intent is to bring it, starting with the Finance Committee, additional funding for programs across our footprint to increase customer programs and outreach. And we will explain how we want to do that. So it is not in the operating reserve fund funding, but it is in our plan to bring it forward. So I agree with the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, our integrated resource plan. This item will be led by Sabrina, presenting this item. I'll turn it over to you, Sabrina.
Thank you.
And Sabrina is our VP of Policy.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, y'all. Sabrina Soldavini, Vice President of Policy. Today, I'm going to be presenting MCE's 2026 Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, and staff is recommending approval. I'm going to start by giving some background on the IRP, pass it over to James Parker, who is Managing Consultant at PEA, and Johnny Kipiator, our Principal Manager of Power Procurement, they'll talk more about the modeling, our preferred conforming portfolio, and then we'll open it up for questions. So next slide, please. All right, so why are we here today? What are we asking? Staff is recommending the board approve MCE's 2026 Integrated Resource Plan, including its preferred conforming portfolio, and recommending that the board directs staff to finalize and file MCE's 2026 IRP in substantially the same form and substance as approved, including any supporting pleadings, motions, and supplemental materials as may be needed to the PUC on August 10th, 2026. And so what really we're doing here today is focusing on IRP planning approval. What we're not doing today is recommending or seeking approval for specific projects, resources, contracts, anything related to our budget. We're seeking approval for a plan, a long-term plan, any procurement efforts that we undergo. All those contracts will follow all of the board approved policies. So everything that we actually procure will still come to this board for approval. Next slide, please. All right, so just some background on the IRP. So by statute, all CPUC, California Public Utility Commission, jurisdictional load-serving entities, so like MCE, are required to file an IRP every 2 years. I will note here, if you've noticed, our last IRP actually was in 2022, so kind of violates this 2-year principle, but that's because the CPUC pushed out the cycle for 2024. It doesn't mean we won't have to do another one, later this year. It's been a 4-year gap, but normally it's on a 2-year cycle. The IRP is really the state's long-term planning proceeding, and the IRP that we create is meant to ensure that we can demonstrate how we as MCE plan to meet our state our portion of state reliability goals and GHG emission targets over the planning horizon. And we'll go to the next slide, please. All right, so what is the IRP and how does it work? So again, really at the highest level, I'll be a little repetitive on these slides. It is a process overseen by the PUC with the goal of identifying a diverse portfolio of resources that allows California as a whole to maintain grid reliability while also supporting our greenhouse reduction and emissions goals over a long-term planning horizon. This year, the planning horizon is 20 years. So our IRP goes from today to 2045. It's not always a 20-year horizon, but this time around it is. And the IRP really has two broad tracks that affect MCE procurement and ultimately then our budget and our community's ratepayers. So there's a planning track, which we're going to be focused on today, where the CPUC starts out by building kind of a holistic resource plan for the state, which is called the Preferred System Plan, using forecasts, and they also incorporate policy goals, emissions targets. They work with the CAISO and the California Independent System Operator and the California Energy Commission to develop that forecast. Then individual load survey entities like MCE are allocated their portion based on our load share and our load forecast of that future looking plan. And we're required to prepare for the PUC an individual MCE specific plan that shows how we expect or how we might expect to meet our portion of that need over time. And then importantly, once everybody files their, which all, so all CCAs, the IOUs, everybody is doing an IRP due on August 10th, the PUC aggregates all of those plans and they determine whether or not the state has, a reliability need or there's a need for additional procurement to meet GHG targets. And that can kind of flow into the procurement track. And that's where, when you've heard us talk about ad hoc procurement orders coming from the PUC, they stem from this process where the PUC has taken everybody's plans, looked at their contracts, done their modeling, and say, oh, we might need to order some more procurement. So while it's, not committing us to any resources, it is an important thing. We want to make sure we're putting together a plan that's reasonable, feasible, sends the right signals to the PUC because it does flow into state planning models. All right, next slide, please. So yeah, again, there's two tracks to the PUC. There's a lot of advocacy that goes on all the time, but today we're really focused on this planning track, really this IRP that we submit. I won't go through these details again, but really, right, we have our targets we have to meet. We create our plan. Our plan that we create is called our Preferred Conforming Portfolio, or our PCP. And that's kind of what we're asking you all to approve tonight. And that PCP is, we take all of our requirements and model a plan that we think demonstrates the most cost effectively, incorporating all board policies, one reasonable, feasible, cost effective way to meet our share of reliability and GHG needs. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide, just a little bit more background on specifics. I think this first bullet is really, the 2026 IRP, as you can see, kind of this iterative cycle. So how this works is it's using the 2023 system plan created by the PUC, which was created from 2022 IRP. So just demonstrating kind of the cyclical nature of the IRPs. James will get into a little bit more kind of the actual specific targets, so I won't get into those. But one thing I wanted to point out that will maybe be helpful as we get more into the discussion, some of the modeling components of the PUC's model as well that might help demonstrate why we also made some of our decisions. And I think kind of those couple of those big points, even in the CPUC's modeling, they're demonstrating that 70% of the new resources are going to come from solar and battery storage. They're modeling with full potential of conventional geothermal, onshore wind, and location-constrained storage to be built. So that's a lofty assumption, but that is in their modeling. And then critically, I think, a topic that we'll discuss later, the PUC's modeling maintains natural gas throughout the planning horizon for reliability purpose. It does decline over time, and that's how we're still able to meet our GHG targets. Those natural gas plants are being run less frequently, but they're still maintained for reliability purposes. Next slide. Yeah, again, James will get a little bit more into the specific targets, but by way of reference, the targets collectively that we're all trying to meet are a 25 million metric ton emissions, 25 million metric tons by 2035 and 8 million metric tons or MMT by 2045 GHG target. So we're allocated our portion of that. And those are the two kind of evaluation years. You can be a little bit more flexible in between, but on those two dates, you have to meet those targets. And when we say approve our IRP, what exactly does that mean? There's really three components of the IRP. They all were included in the materials. So there's the resource data template, or our RDT, and that's where we have to include really all of our existing energy and capacity contracts, and then also layer into that planned, asterisk a little bit, like they're going out to 2045. So we put in planned contracts that we might utilize to meet our requirements. A clean system power tool. This is the template that is used to show that we are meeting our GHG targets. And so that tool actually, I had a fool's errand a little bit where I was like, oh, we'll do a PDF of this, but forgot that it's actually calculating emissions for every hour of all the years in the portfolio. So it's, it was a 4,000 page PDF, so we didn't put that there for you. But so that's what that tool is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was like, this is not going to work. And then the narrative report. So the narrative report is the 80-page narrative requirement to the PUC that kind of outlines all of the details of our plan. And then there's also information in there about all of our programs that's, just required for the PUC. And then I just want to note here too, we did take a draft IRP to TechCom in June. We presented it with two options, the PCP that we're recommending approval of today, but then we also presented what we're calling a clean RA sensitivity as well. Based on the feedback from TechCom, we maintained our recommendation for the PCP that we presented to TechCom, but we are going to get into the clean RA sensitivity just for transparency and for discussion with the full board tonight as well. But we are recommending approval of the PCP as it's labeled in the materials. And then it's due to the board on August 10th. Sorry, to the CPUC. Next slide, please. And so just, again, maybe hammering on what the IRP does and does not do. It does directly impact our operational strategy, which ultimately then, constrains and influences our budget. So I think the way I like to describe it is that it influences and constrains, but doesn't dictate. It's not a one-for-one because, again, we're not asking for approval for these specific resources. We're not saying we're going to spend X dollars. It's illustrative and it's iterative. But it does also impact, the IRP generally does impact MCE's procurement costs through changes in market dynamics and resource costs and availability. And then I think the big one too that I mentioned earlier, by the way of the IRP, the aggregation, the CPUC modeling, it does generally, have the potential to lead to CPUC procurement orders, which of course then very much affect our budget and customers. What the IRP does not, though, do, again, it doesn't determine specific or exact cost impacts for MCE. So the cost impacts and modeling you'll see here tonight they're illustrative. Anything that, any rate changes that we would have to go through the board. The IRP does not select individual projects or contracts that we must procure. As you all know, the MCE's procurement authority resides with your board, and however the board decides to delegate such authority, so all future contracts would come to the board and follow that approval process. And then lastly, the IRP, I think maybe to be said with any model, it doesn't align perfectly with market timing, contract availability to ensure least costs, optimal portfolios for individual LSEs, which is why it wouldn't be prudent for us as an LSE to say we're going to procure exactly what's in this plan for the next 20 years. It's a dynamic market, things change. And so it's a modeling exercise, a planning exercise, and we do our best individually and as a state to get it right. But, things change and what we actually procure dependent on the what we receive in solicitations, portfolio fit and cost. Next slide, please. And the last piece I want to mention, as we're putting together the IRP, of course, we're taking into account kind of our guiding principles as they were as they are. And the number one place we start was mission and board policies. The IRP really is a snapshot in time. As you heard Vicken mention, we're talking all about all these procurement workshop, potential policy changes the board might consider in the future. And with the IRP, we have to assume all the current board adopted policies. So, for instance, our PS targets that we currently have in place, those are what's in our IRP. However, if the board ultimately makes procurement policy changes after we file the IRP, right, all of those policy changes would be reflected in all of our future filings, and MCE's procurement would follow those future policy changes versus what's in our IRP here. It's just kind of a point in time reference. And so, yeah. And then the other guiding principles quickly, of course, we have to ensure, as this is a regulatory compliance obligation, that we're complying with all the PUC requirement related rules. Affordability, as you'll see throughout our presentation, one of the main reasons we're recommending the PCP that we are is for affordability purposes. Risk management, we try to have a diverse resource set as much as possible, technology diversity, and then clean reliability. Again, it is something that MCE endeavors to continue to discuss with the board and work on. But I think as you'll see in our PCP, we are moving towards a more clean RA, but there is kind of that choice point right now that including too much clean RA right now might be unrealistic and too costly. And then I think right now I will turn it over to James to talk more about the actual portfolio and modeling design.
All right. Good evening, directors. Can you hear me? All right. Pleased to be with you this evening. Like Sabrina said, I'm James. I'm with Pacific Energy Advisors. Our team has worked collaboratively with MCE staff for several months now, right? For about 4 months to put the IRP together. And I'm here today to talk mostly about process and some of the methodologies that went into place to develop the IRP portfolio. Some of the slides that follow will get into what I'd call some of the overarching criteria, which helps really dictate how the plan comes together. But I think it's helpful to start with the basics and really just talk process. The starting point is to take a deep look at MCE's existing portfolio and determine which contracts meet certain parameters, which dictate that basically means they need to be reported in the IRP. So these contracts essentially make up the foundation for the IRP portfolio. It turns out there was about, depending on how you look at it, between 94 and 100 existing contracts that needed to be reported. The next step is to, to move into the planned portion of the portfolio. So this step would essentially be developing new planned contracts which exist for the sole purpose of bridging the gap between MCE's existing portfolio and what would be considered a conforming portfolio in the eyes of the Public Utilities Commission. This concept of a conforming portfolio, like from a regulatory standpoint, I think of it as 4 main criteria. The first, as Sabrina alluded to, is emissions thresholds. The commission dictates certain emission thresholds in 4 key checkpoint years: 2030, 2035, 2040, and 2045. We will touch more on that in a second, so maybe just put that to the side for now. But the second of these regulatory requirements would be resource adequacy compliance. We need to make sure that we have sufficient RA capacity to meet our reliability need in every year of the planning horizon between 26 and 45. The third, another thing Sabrina was mentioning, is these incremental procurement orders that the CPUC has issued in recent years. The most recent of them and the most relevant for these purposes would be the decision that was made back, I think, in March of this year. And this basically dictated that MCE needs to procure 180 megawatts of new build capacity between the years 2030 and 2032. So we need to make sure that that is reflected in our portfolio as well. And then the fourth, and I'd say least critical in this sense, would be RPS. We need to make sure that the portfolio is consistent with the interim RPS mandates, particularly 60% in 2030. But because MCE has internal RPS objectives that far exceed those of the state, it doesn't really become a limiting factor. It's not too hard to comply with that. Aside from the regulatory standpoint, we really need to also be thinking about market realities and what types of resources are likely to be available as we move forward and, beyond 2035, et cetera, and what are those resources likely to cost. So that type of analysis also becomes a critical piece of this process. Next slide, please. Okay, getting back to this idea of emissions targets. As I said, the CPUC issues these emissions thresholds in 2030, 35, 40, and 45. We also show here the assumed annual retail sales, which goes into the IRP. This is also assigned by the Public Utilities Commission. This isn't based on MCE's internal modeling. This is also assigned to us as a piece of this. And then on the bottom row there, we have the specifics of the emissions thresholds that the state has basically levied upon MCE as a part of this process. One just contextual point I want to add here is the retail sales for MCE were right around 5,300 gigawatt hours back in 2025. And then as you see here, once we reach 2030, they're saying 6,300. So that's about a 19% load growth assumption here just in those 5 years. And then once you go all the way out to the 2045, that almost 9,000 gigawatt hours, that represents, I believe, about a 70% increase in that time span. So certainly very aggressive load growth assumptions basically determined by the CPUC as a piece of this. Nothing else. Next slide, please. All right, so it's not just the external factors that go into kind of how the portfolio, that dictate how the portfolio comes together, the regulatory requirements. We also have to think about MCE's internal objectives. And so that's also a key piece of the planning here. Most notably, as shown on the slide here, the ever-increasing RPS percentage of the light green product between 26 and 31, we get up to 85%, and then that continues out into the future. So that's also included in the planning process here for the IRP. Next slide, please. Okay, so at this point, we're going to shift from process and some of the mechanics that go into, designing the portfolio into some of the output. So what we're looking at here is a chart depicting the new planned resources throughout the planning horizon between 2026 and 2045. You can see we have this broken out, so different colors for different technology type. Pretty much a smooth, a very uniform build out for the most part. We see some large projects coming into the portfolio, and some, particularly like 2040, seems like we have a pretty big jump there, but relatively smooth procurement process is assumed here. Obviously, actual results may vary. I think that we all know that procurement isn't quite done in such a smooth fashion like this, but yeah, we think it's at least a good plan here. One note, and I just want to bring this up because I think Johnny will touch more on it later, and it's a very kind of a critical concept here. If you look all the way out to the far right portion of this chart, the 2045, you see that we basically are assuming 4,500 megawatts of new build capacity, a very significant amount. But what we actually receive for this in terms of resource adequacy value, just reliability value for those 4,500 megawatts is significantly cut. And the reason for that is the CPUC basically assigns certain technology factors to different resource types. And for intermittent resources like solar, wind, and battery, you get a very significant haircut compared to, something like geothermal, which would be very strong, but we all know that's a very scarce resource, and it really just adds to the value there. So just kind of keep that concept in mind as we move forward. And I think that's really all I had on this slide. So on this one, just get a little more granular, assigning numbers to what we looked at on the previous slide. Starting with the far left column. So this is MCE's current portfolio as it lies in 2026. You can see we have, I think it's about 2,020 megawatts under contract in 2026. The second column to the left there shows the planned new capacity. So this represents that 4,500 megawatts by 2045 that I alluded to on the prior slide. Sabrina brought this up earlier, but the vast majority of this comes from solar and battery, and this is very much consistent with the state's system level modeling. I think you said 70% is, yes, I think it's very much consistent with that. Moving further left to right, so we do transition here from megawatts of capacity over to, now we're talking gigawatt hours of energy. I actually think column 3 is a little difficult to contextualize because it's just, raw numbers, gigawatt hours. I like to focus on this far right column. So this is basically our resource pool in the IRP portfolio all the way out in 2045. I think of it visually as maybe like a pie chart where all of our resources or all of our energy is supplied from. And you can see it's 51% solar out in 2045, 25% wind, another 18% geothermal, and 5% hydroelectric. So a pretty diverse resource mix there towards the end of the planning horizon. Next slide, please. Okay, so this one should look pretty familiar. This is basically the same table we looked at in slide 11, but in this case, we've not just shown the emissions requirements in each of these checkpoint years, but we've also layered in the output. So this is what MCE's IRP portfolio generates in terms of emissions, and most importantly, we come in below the thresholds in each of these years. In some cases, we come in well below. But then once you get down to 2045, I think I was noticing this yesterday, that jump from the requirement in 2040 goes from 0.33, almost cut in half there by 2045. So that's a pretty ambitious jump, but we do come in below that threshold as well. So I think we'll switch over to Johnny for the next one.
Thank you, James. As you've heard from both Sabrina and James, there's about, on the resource data template, there's about 90 to 100 currently existing contracts. And there's also the PCP, or the preferred conforming portfolio, which includes new resources as a part of that. So of all the new resources that are being added, these are coming from long-term contracts, and usually we treat long-term contracts typically between 10 and 20%. And then for the 90 plus or so contracts that are existing, that translates to about 48% of our projected sales currently in 2026 to about 67% by 2030 to be covered by long-term contracts. To put it in context, right now, the state requires us as part of the Renewable Portfolio Standard, or the RPS, to be at 49% right now, and gradually getting to about 60% by 2030, just to see where we are in terms of complying with state regulations. I would also like to include that MCE still currently uses short-term contracts as needed to meet its customer load, internal RPS targets, internal energy, clean energy goals, state requirements, resource adequacy, etc., including hedges. And so to the extent that the board directs a change in the procurement strategy, those changes will be reflected in future filings, as Sabrina had earlier mentioned. Next slide, please. To go further into what this PCP translates into in terms of the build out, by 2045, about 92% of MCE's renewable energy will be from long-term contracts based on the PCP that we just showed earlier. And as part of that, which is actually currently part of the online portfolio, we have about 46 plus megawatts of new build within MCE's service territory within the 4 areas. This is mostly the smaller 1 to 5 megawatts projects that are within our territory. And there's also about almost 3,000 megawatts of new renewable within the state. And of that entire portfolio, about 2,900 has been planned or brought online since 2021. There's also another 2,600 plus megawatts of storage within this portfolio. And part of this is already under contract, about 700 plus, and the rest of it will be coming online as we continue to purchase more and more as part of the PCP that has been shown. I'd also say that there's also the feed-in tariff program that provides direct incentives for new clean energy projects to come online within our service area, supporting what is normally referred to as the hyperlocal renewable development. Next slide, please. And so shifting focus a little bit more from the capacity that is being built to what that then translates into the reliability factor that James was talking about earlier. This is being broken down to the 5-year plus kind of breakdown from 2026, 30, 35, 40, and 45. What you see on that chart there shows you the natural gas capacity that is part of existing MCE's portfolio and as part of the PCP that is within this IRP, where as of right now, in terms of the net qualifying capacity or the reliability factor of all the portfolios, natural gas currently accounts for about 75% of our RE reliability, and it drops down to 41% by 2045. You would also notice that actually the lowest it gets is 2040 at 37%, and then kind of upticks a little bit. This is just by design of a lot of the contracts that we have currently been signing. If you think about it, it's between the 15 to 20-year timeframe. So there's going to be there's also a lot of contracts that are falling off. And while we are working to replace them, the timing of which the modeling itself happens is just showing that as a reflective of that's why the uptick is there. However, the plan is to continue either adding more and or replacing any contracts that fall off along the way. When we talk about nameplate, just to highlight the haircutting that James had been talking about earlier in terms of the reliability factor, natural gas accounts for about 44% of nameplate right now. So in terms of nameplate, it's on the minority side, and it drops all the way down to 16% by 2045. Just highlighting how much more of renewable build you need to have in order to account for the same amount of net qualifying capacity as a natural gas or as geothermal or any baseload would show. The other part that I would also highlight here that is also working in the background is that, as James had earlier alluded, our retail sales are projected to grow. So as such, the reliability need that we need to show or meet for are also increasing from now to where we are. And the reliability factors of the resources that we're bringing online continue to decrease. So it creates this wedge that you then need to fill in as you go. So every year that you need to add more of the renewable resources is significantly harder than the previous year. And the value of that resource reduces from year to year as you go along. So just to maintain the same amount of natural gas from one year to the next requires significantly more overbuild, and to reduce that amount requires even more of increased levels of renewable. Next slide, please. And what you see here is more of a deeper dive on the natural gas capacity within the PCP. What you see there in the bar chart, or the light orange, is the raw amount of percentages for the natural gas, which from the earlier table in the previous slide goes from 75% all the way down to 41%. However, not all of it is coming from our own contracting of those natural gases to meet the resource adequacy requirements. Part of this is based from the allocations of the cost allocation model resources that is implemented by the PUC to allow IOUs or investor-owned utilities to procure resources for reliability purposes. And it's roughly about 20%, and then going slightly to about 16% by 2045. And that is already embedded as part of the overall percentages. So really by 2045, the procured natural gas for resource adequacy that MCE is engaging in is about 24% thereof, and not the entire 40%. So just so you can see how much of that is driven by MCE's own procurement and how much of that is allocated. Next slide, please. Now that we've talked about the energy, the capacity, the resource adequacy of it, of part of the PCP, what you see here is a slide that translates the costs that are associated with the build out of the PCP in terms of rates. What this slide is not, it's not necessarily showing exactly how the rate changes are going to be happening from year to year. What this slide is showing is an illustrative purpose of how the costs based on the model currently is done is translated to rates. As the board is aware, there's a rate setting process that usually comes as part of the budget making process every year, where the revenue requirements are assessed against the revenues that could be gone. And at that time is when the board then makes a decision to either increase, keep the rates the same, or reduce the rates based off of that. This is just an illustrative to translate that so you can see what the impacts of this PCP could have if everything else were to be held constant. The green bars are showing the incremental changes in rates on an annual basis. So for example, when you see the 4% in 2029, it means it's a 4% increase from 28. And the 2030, when it's 11%, it's 11% on top of that 4% for that 2029, et cetera, all the way through 2045. This averages to about a 5% increase year over year. And it goes from, and the changes from where it starts all the way to the end is about 150% in total when you without adjustment of inflation. So this is nominal. There's no inflation adjusted to it. But just to give you an idea of what the costs for this PCP might do on the rates of our customers. Next slide, please. And so as Sabrina had initially highlighted, we were also looked as part of the IRP analysis, we looked at the base scenario and also did a clean RA sensitivity analysis as part of the PCP to understand what it might take to have a cleaner version of the RA as part of our PCP. And what you see on that table there is the build out in the PCP of the various resources on the current, the base model that we are recommending as compared to the clean RA scenario. And as you can see, battery storage increases by 390. So does geothermal from 96 to 395 by about 300. There's a reduction in solar for about 200, an increase in wind for about 99, for a total increase of about 579 megawatts as compared to the base model. This reduces the reliance on natural gas from 40% in 2045, as you see it in the earlier scenario or the base scenario, to about 25% for the clean RA scenario. And as you remember, part of that 25% is CAM allocated resources at 16%. So essentially it gets down to about 9% in total in terms of like natural gas reliance as part of the PCP. However, with this, there's also additional costs and different kinds of buildups, and I'll turn it back to James to take us through some of that buildup. Next slide, please.
Yeah, excuse me. Thanks, Johnny. So yeah, this one, obviously this slide looks familiar. This is similar to what we looked at under the base scenario. And I think just standalone, it's a little bit difficult to interpret. Obviously, the primary increases that we see in this scenario relative to the original is an increase in the higher ELCC, so they're basically better bang for your buck reliability products. So that basically mainly mean we're taking away from the solar just a little bit, and then we're adding to our build out in terms of wind, geothermal, and a little bit in battery storage as well. Remember when I told you in the previous scenario when we looked at this, I said it was about 4,500 megawatts in total by 2045. In this case, we're looking at about 5,000 or just over 5,000 megawatts of new build by the end of this planning horizon. And I think the next slide actually really is a little more helpful to understand the difference. So the more cloudy bars, I think, would be the clean RA scenario, and then the clearer ones would be our baseline preferred conforming portfolio. And you really, not a lot to it, right? You understand it's basically a more aggressive build out of the higher tech factor projects throughout the planning horizon. And you just really see that difference. It really starts to compound there towards the very end. The last 3 years, that's where you start seeing a pretty significant gap between the PCP and then this alternative portfolio. Don't have a lot else to say on that one.
Thank you, James. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a similar slide as the rate impact slide that I had presented earlier, only for the clean RE sensitivity PCP. And the main changes here is that instead of the 150% change over the planning horizon, it's not a 194% change, or about a 6% annual increase year over year for that matter. And the next slide actually kind of shows better in terms of comparison how, as you can see on the green one, that's the rate impacts for the PCP that we're recommending as compared to the clean RA scenario, which is higher in terms of cost starting in 2030 and building it all the way out. The reason why it's the same up to 2030 is because most of our contracts that we've already signed are slated to come in around that time, and that any new contracts that you engage in right now will have operation dates beyond 2031. Next slide, please. And so I guess the part here is that why is it that we are bringing this sensitivity analysis, and why is it that we are recommending for the base is that as staff, we don't expect there to be that much geothermal or wind resources that, as you see, is relied upon significantly to bring in the cleaner RA sensitivity. About like, it's, for example, for G, it's going from about 96 to 397, so an increase of about 300 extra megawatts of new build geothermal, which is very scarce and hard to find, and so is wind. And the other part out of transparency is that staff presented both scenarios to the TechCom, and TechCom did express a preference to move forward with the base PCP that we've presented for you as in response to the projected costs that were associated with the clean RA scenario. And so they also recommended that we present the sensitivity analysis to the full board for awareness and or to help with board policy discussions that may be in the future. From that point, I'll turn it back to Sabrina.
Yeah, next slide, please. Thanks, Johnny. And so, yeah, that's kind of the end of our presentation. I'll summarize by reiterating that tonight staff is recommending the board approve MCE's 2026 IRP, inclusive of its preferred conforming portfolio, that first portfolio we showed you all, and to direct staff to finalize and file MCE's 2026 IRP in substantially the same form and substance as approved, including any supporting pleadings, motions, and supplemental materials as may be needed to the CPUC on August 10th, 2026. And out of just full transparency, I think what that second bullet means, right, is any typos, if you all direct us to make specific kind of, minor changes, those types of things, we will have, the authority to make the changes to those typos from the narrative and those types of things. But we won't change the PCP or anything. Just want to make sure we're clear on that. But yeah, with that, we can open it up to the board.
Thank you, Sabrina, and thank you, James and Johnny, as well, on that presentation. I know that was a lot to take in, so I think we'll just start with a round of questions from directors, and then we'll go out for public comment and then come back for comments from directors. So we'll start over in San Rafael.
Okay,
Director Fuller.
Yes, we have Director Sandhu has a question, and we have a few other questions here as well.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Question for whoever can answer the question, I suppose. In the event we added nuclear, would that cause rates to go up or down?
I mean, it would depend on the cost of the resource at the time. I would suspect up at this, but to be fair, the only reference point we really have right now is Diablo Canyon, and that's a very expensive resource. So it would really depend on the resource. And we, in California, importantly, cannot legally build new nuclear right now.
So if we added it as a resource, like to geothermal, wind, and that stuff, it would not bring rates down, is what you're saying?
I think it would depend. I don't want to speculate on future technology prices, but I think probably most critically that it's not legal to build in California.
But it's legal to use what's already on the market, though, right?
So we do. So Diablo Canyon is already it's already allocated out to all of the LSCs that pay for it. So, for instance, MCE customers do pay for Diablo Canyon through rates, but as a proxy of that, we also get GHG attribute allocations, and we get a reduction to our RA requirements for our load share portion of Diablo. So it's already being kind of allocated, and we are using it essentially, if that's the question you're asking.
Okay, so we indirectly use it, but we don't directly plan for it?
You could, I mean, it's planned for it. Like our allocations are in our portfolio.
Got it.
Portfolio. Yeah. But PG&E still is the operator of the plant. And so they allocate out to us our portion, our load share portion, and that is included in our, it's not allowed to be included for IRP purposes legally by statute. So we have to plan in California currently as if Diablo Canyon doesn't exist. So when the PUC does its modeling per the Diablo Canyon statute, which is eluding me the number right now, we aren't allowed to plan for it. But we do receive our portion of the allocation as a reduction to our RA requirements, if that is helpful.
Got it. So one final question. What's our position on, when it comes to like new projects and new builds, on leveraging small nuclear reactors instead and maybe supporting those projects to utilize for power production?
I defer to others, but we don't have a current policy on that. MC has a current policy to not make any unit-specific purchases of nuclear energy. And then again, the state is not currently, there's prohibitions in California against new nuclear resources. So I don't think we have a policy position on that, but if the board wanted to adopt one, we could do that.
If we wanted to, does that happen now? Is this the part of the meeting where we talk about that? Like what time of year does that come up?
I don't think this is the time. Only it's not. Again, defer to GC. I think it's not agendized. And in terms of the IRP, again, all current adopted board policy is incorporated in this planning. We know the board wants to have more discussion, and we're really open to having more procurement policy discussions. And to the extent the board adopts future procurement changes, those will be incorporated into our future filings. But this is kind of a compliance requirement point in time. And so I would caution against adopting new policies for the purposes of the IRP and do it more in a kind of, organized fashion, planned fashion. Just this is this is a point in time. If the board makes any policy decisions that aren't in our IRP, those will be the procurement practices we follow.
Great, thanks.
Director, I'm sorry, Vicken. We have another director question over here. If we should move on or no?
Vicken was
I
going
just
to
wanted to
respond.
add something to Director Sandu's question. So those are really great questions as we move forward into considering different things. As far as when we say we want to add X, are we buying the X? Are we owning the X? Are we operating the X? Or are we doing a long-term PPA with it? Are we importing it or not? We have about 1,350 megawatt load. Is that a 1 megawatt load? Or is it 1,350, right? What bookends are we looking at it? Because depending on what we're talking about, like geothermal is probably 2 or 3 times more expensive than, let's say, the normal market energy available resources. So we're going to need to take into account like what kind of a financial impacts are we talking about. Those financial impacts will translate to rate impacts and rate making. So, but again, really great questions, but we need to talk a little bit more about how we're going to go about quantifying it.
Okay, so let's move on to Director Walker, please.
I'll add a thank you for that very detailed presentation. I'm supportive, absolutely, of the PCP's trajectory of moving towards about 85% renewables by 2031. I do note, though, a very heavy reliance on new build and cost impact. But at the end of the day, wherever we land, when we get our annual progress reports, it would be very helpful to have a section or a translation for each of our communities that's in very plain language about the rate changes. Some of the slides that you showed, some of the documents in the packet, and on the slides, it was at least slide 20 and slide 24. Those cumulative differences between now and 2020 and 2045 will have deep impacts on families and on planning. So expected annual updates here at this board, but very specific, plain language for each of our communities that we can connect to our own climate action plans or put in our newsletters for our communities. Something excerptable would be very useful. So I'd like to make that request.
Okay, I just want to emphasize the chair would like us to just ask specific questions right now. So I want to check if Director Martinez has a specific question.
Yes, I noticed that batteries are listed as a source, but the batteries have to get the energy from somewhere. So what is the source of the energy that is stored in the batteries? And how is it quantified and regulated?
Yeah, thank you for that. From the table that is in slide 14, if you could please bring that back up. So if you look down at the solar build as compared to the rest, there's a significant amount of solar build, but as you all know, during the middle of the day when solar is producing, it's also when prices are the lowest and when there's a lot of curtailment because the demand is not as much. So that's where a lot of the energy source for the batteries that you're seeing, both the 4-hour and the 8-hour battery is going to charge. And that's why also, if you can see from the overall resource mix, the gigawatt hours, right now there's a negative number from the batteries because that's to show that batteries don't produce, they just shift around that energy. And that negative number that you see there is the efficiency losses associated with the charging and the discharging of that source. What this table is showing, it's showing it separately in terms of like solar and battery. However, when we are actually going out to contract, we're not contracting for all of the battery separate and all of the solar separate. We have co-located and hybrid resources where they're paired together for the charging. And then there's also instances where we are getting just battery by itself or standalone battery, particularly in areas where we see it adding value because as Alia said, during the middle of the day, that's when there's a lot of renewable generation in the system as well. And so when the battery or the standalone battery is charging from system power, it's also charging from the cleanest available system energy at the time. Not to say that there's not natural gas producing in those hours, but usually in the middle of the day, that's when the system is cleanest. And particularly during the summer, there are multiple days where some parts of the hours of the day, particularly in the middle, where the entire grid is sourcing from renewable energy. Hope that answers your question, Director.
Director Wilkinson?
Sabrina, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first is obviously the increase in load growth assumption is very aggressive. Can you give some sense of the composition of that, meaning how much is data center growth, how much is electrification, how much is population or unit growth? What are the drivers?
Yeah, it's a great question and a good one. I, off the top of my head, don't know the exact percentages, but the drivers are data center growth and a little bit on EV growth. But to your point, I think probably, obviously, mostly data center growth assumptions. And I think as James aptly pointed out, those are aggressive assumptions that I think all of us load serving entities, especially CCAs, MCE, are asking the CEC and the PUC to be really, really critical of. And we're emphasizing advocacy at both the CEC and their hyper process integrated energy policy report where the load forecast is adopted. We've been advocating consistently that the CEC really do include CCAs in their load forecasting, do really comprehensive and critical load forecasting about data center assumptions in particular. We're asking them to not assign us, our shares of reliability need or RA need based on forecasts that may be aggressive or speculative. I think it's really important to us, me, that MCE customers are not asked to subsidize the reliability needs of data centers that aren't in our service territory. So we're focusing on that, but those are the drivers.
Okay, so I know I've asked this question a while ago, but the discussions that are happening at the regulatory level, is there a serious conversation about quantum now and how that is going to impact? Because it will reduce demand and it's coming soon. And so are those being built into those models?
Yeah, I don't think it really is being discussed, Director, to your point. And I do remember you asking that a while ago. I think it's something we could work into the conversations as well and see how, the IOUs and the CEC is factoring it into its forecast. And again, I think we're trying to be really clear as much as we can that reliability need should be based on, principles of cost causation, on who's actually expected to have to serve that load. And from what we've seen so far at MCE service territory, we aren't seeing, a boon of data centers. And so we're very critical of policy that is assigning us the reliability need, but happy to take those concerns of quantum, reducing the load as well, and incorporating that into our advocacy.
Okay, because it does seem that, you're being forced to build out this, there is a question that you're being asked to build out and plan for this incredible growth in load and therefore resources, and potentially by the looks of this, locking 92% into long-term fixed rate renewable contracts, which is reckless. It's just reckless to be in a market that's potentially a really easy market where you've got long-term fixed rate contracts on the basis of demand, which might not be realized. And so I understand these are long-term assumptions, and I know that this is able to be revised, but it just seems like, I don't know, fantasy land.
That's totally fair, Director. And I think too, the 92% as well as the other assumptions, I think we wouldn't probably, unless the board directs us to, when we get to 2045, we probably wouldn't have 92% long-term contracts. But the way the IRP modeling works is everything that we're adding is a long-term contract.
Thank you.
And just to add one point onto that is that as part of the open season, which comes to the TechCom and or the board, depending on the direction at the time, is when we add more resources, we look at portfolio fit into MCE's load profile or load resource balance, and as well as what it means in terms of cost. Is it additive to the budget? Is it balancing? Is it also adding to the rate impacts, and then balancing that with the need that it serves to bring it to the TechCom, so that that decision can be made at that time. So every single long-term contract that is being considered for signing or getting into a contract with the TechCom will have the opportunity to review all these impacts or the different aspects of that as part of that. And this IRP just kind of shows, based on the requirements that we are given, what that could look like. But then as we go into signing individual contracts, we'll be bringing that to TechCom for detailed review of the actual resource and how it impacts the various aspects of what we look into in a contract.
Because as you say, the consumer price impacts are really relevant here. And as we saw earlier, our hedging costs are incredibly cheap. In fact, they seem to be negative, which is kind of shocking. Someone's running that model, someone's running that really well. And so that's obviously part of this equation as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I see no other questions here in San Rafael, Chair.
Thank you, Director Kohler. questions here in Concord. I believe Director Brown, you had your light on? Yes.
No, we're good. We're good. It takes a village. You keep telling you guys that. If I want to know in the IRP, is Kobe part of the consideration?
Yes, that's correct. It's part of the existing contracts.
Okay. If it turns out, because reading through the JPA, that Corby is not allowed, especially in Solano County, then what will you pull out what you want to do with it? Because if you read the JPA that we have with the MCE, we don't have battery storages. We're not allowed to have Kobe or Corby. Yeah, I'm saying it right. So if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I think no, I wasn't sure if somebody in Senator Fell wanted to chime in, but I think to the extent while Corby is currently a contract, we have to include it in all of our filings. If to the extent it's out, it's no longer an MCE contract. Not speculating on any of that, right? If it's a contract, we have to report it. If it's not, we would not include it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that applies to all of our contracts. No difference.
Yes, Director Burrows.
So thanks for the presentation. As I keep hearing that these are aggressive load averages that CPUC is mentioning. So do we have any historical comparisons of how the load averages targets were given by CPUC versus our MCE retail sales in 2022 or pre?
I think Johnny might be pulling it up, but I think the short answer is we can do that analysis. I don't know if we have it on hand right now.
We don't have that on hand, but based on what we're projecting on our load forecast and what the PUC has assigned us, it's significantly more. Like, yes, we do have load growth moving forward, but it's not to the level or extent that we are seeing in the IRP. And given that this is compliance that we have to meet based on the requirements that they set, as Sabrina said, we're using other channels to continue to advocate for and call out the concerns that we have. However, for this particular IRP, we have to model and provide a PCP that meets those requirements that are set, whether or not we think that those requirements are what we will see.
Okay, because one thing I wanted to understand, what happens if we don't meet the targets? Is there any liability or is someone going to sue us? What happens?
So we have to file statutorily. We have to bring the IRP to the board recommending approval. We have to submit an IRP to the board that meets all the requirements for certification by the CPUC. They don't have to approve it, but their authority is limited to making sure that we meet the requirements. I don't know if anybody in the room in San Rafael, any of the attorneys know the potential liabilities if we didn't do that. We've never been in that situation. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, my last question is about, are we going to review this every year? Because especially the data center becoming a contention point, and there's technologies keep changing big time, especially the chips, and they are using coolant rather than using the energy. So that is transforming big time. So
so the IRP is every 2 years cycle, but I think we, based on a recommendation from TechCom, we are going to do annual reports to the board, progress reports on the IRP. But yeah, and similarly, the CEC's load forecast, which flows into the CPUC's modeling, is updated on an annual basis, and we are always doing advocacy there. I think we can continue to work on our load forecasting internally to kind of help shape that narrative. And yeah, so it's a kind of iterative process, always ongoing, really. But essentially, it may be worth saying, the way that it works is it's sort of a zero-sum game. The CEC and the CPUC develop their state load forecast, and they have to then make that state, whatever they think the state level forecast is, they don't change that, and they kind of, shuffle it amongst the LSEs as much as they think is reasonable. And then there's some process to go back and forth with folks on making adjustments there, but it ends up being a zero-sum game once they've developed the full state load forecast.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is I don't want to be into a situation where we try to get the targets and procure, and then we end up with not using it, and then it will hit affordability, right?
Yep.
So all our consumers can get hit with the charges. So that's why we need to be pretty cognizant on what we are going to work on.
Absolutely agreed. One of our, yeah, definitely our main focus is it's really avoiding the over procurement, stranded cost, affordability. I think we all would, love, not maybe we all, but speaking just for myself, right, would love to, if we could only build like new geothermal, build it out quickly. But the goal is to decarbonize as quickly, reliably, and affordably as we can. But those things, as you know, are all intention, and it's like really a balance of all of those.
That's great. Thank you.
Any additional directors before we move on to public comment?
I just have one, Madam
Oh, yeah, Director Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sabrina, James, and Johnny, for your presentation. Sabrina, you answered one of my questions, which was about the annual reporting. And so just to clarify, do you know when we'll get those annual reports? Is that going to align with the budget side? I mean, I know, yeah, I'm just wondering when might we see those annual reports, and what other things should we be thinking about when we do see them so that we're ready and prepared?
It's a great question. I don't think we didn't put in the report or the narrative a specific date. We could tie it to open season, I think is what we probably were thinking about. Like that would be the most natural, I think, when we go out and tell the board what we are, soliciting in open season. That might be a good time to do an IRP review of, what our portfolio looks like. But yeah, open to the board's directions there for sure.
I think that sounds great. I just wanted to make sure we have kind of a glimpse of the timeline that works for the reporting. The other question I had, I love the slide that you have around the values. You have the mission and board policy all the way down. I think that's super valuable to understanding the integrated resource planning process. Of course, I feel like right now the temperature and the climate is really around that affordability. Sometimes I think that our board policies might change based on, of course, the affordability model. My question to you is, if this is approved tonight, are there specific triggers around affordability that would prompt staff to consider the timing of our procurement? So you just talked about open season. So are there specific ways that we might, as a board, consider changes in those, or staff, more importantly, you all have considered changes in those processes given the affordability, I probably can say a crisis. Yeah, just wanted to open that conversation up and have you all thought about that at all?
I think maybe I can ask your question back. If I think you're asking, as staff in general, are we thinking about triggers based on prices that we're seeing, rates, affordability, that might trigger us to come back to the board and make certain policy changes related to procurement?
Yeah, and just to be direct, I mean, we've had this conversation in this last year that pricing was so different in 2025 than it was in 2026, which was very different in 2024. So I'm just wondering, moving forward, this plan looks amazing. This is great work. Thank you again. Are there specific triggers around affordability that you all are looking at as we think about and reconsider the timing of procurements, or even reevaluation of certain like technologies that have been discussed at this meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I think other folks might have thoughts on this too. I think the answer broadly is like we're thinking about those things, and I think that's come up in the context of like these procurement workshops and things as well, conversations with board members who have, I think, some board members at San Rafael especially have made comments about like maybe there's thresholds, there's triggers, and I think staff is generally supportive of those things. I don't think we have, as part of this IRP, we're not like asking for that or have specific triggers that we have in mind ready to recommend for approval, but if that's something the board's interested, I think yes. And I think that's prudent to kind of think about what are the check-in points, what are the, if things get above this level, or if suddenly some resource becomes cheaper than we expected, right? But yeah, I would defer to other procurement folks if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I think the way I think about it is splitting it into two. So there's long-term PPAs, and then there's the short-term procurement strategy that we do. With the long-term PPAs, as you're clearly aware, with the TechCom, we look at net present value and all that. And so by looking at that, we can know whether a project is a net adder or a net subtractor from where we stand status quo. And so from that point on, we for the long term, or at least we have an idea whether it's reducing or keeping the rates the same, and can make a decision based off of that, depending also on whether it's helping us meet compliance and things like that. Because sometimes a contract might be somewhat expensive, but it needs to be procured for meeting compliance, and the board can direct whether we go for that or not, but we present it at that point. For the short term, there's now the way the policy discussions are going that started with the procurement workshops and will be going forward, where we'll be coming back to your board with discussions on how we want to set those targets, whether we want to have them be flexible, whether we want to have them be a floor, whether we want to have them be dependent on pricing thresholds that have been talked about. Those are some of the decisions that the board can make as we have this policy discussions surrounding that. And that's particularly on the energy side for carbon-free and renewable. For the hedges, as it's been presented, as you can see, hedges are clearly working for us, and it's a risk management policy, so it's a little bit different in that sense. And in that frame, we look at that as part of the budget and how we go from year to year based off of that, but keep track of that before we even sign any more hedges. So the way I think about it is in those two. So in terms of answering your question for the triggers for that, particularly, say, for example, if the board has passed a budget and there was an assumed amount for any open positions to be filled, a trigger point could be when if we see costs going significantly higher than what was already allocated or assumed for within that budget. That could be one of the trigger points. But more trigger points can be discussed with, and based on the direction of the board, when these policy discussions are brought back, then those trigger points can then be clearly defined at that point.
That's super helpful. And I was going to say it during your CEO report, but Vicken, thank you for the visualization at tonight's meeting and the TechCom meeting earlier this week. That was super helpful.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any additional directors with their lights. Do we have any public comment here in Concord on this item? Seeing none, moving over to San Rafael. Do we have any public?
None here.
Thank you, Director Kohler. Do we have any public comment on this item from via Zoom?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'll bring it back to the board just to see if there's any comments in San Rafael before we do move forward with a motion.
I see none, Chair.
Any comments? Oh, you have a public comment? Yeah, come on. We have a public comment in Concord on this item.
Great. Hi, Alicia Minion. Thank you. I'm sorry. I missed the call for public comment. Really quickly, with regard to the AI data centers, do you know where they're going to be located and what size they're going to be? I'm assuming because you incorporated into your estimates that you have some knowledge of where they're going to be located and the size. And then I have another question, some clarification question on the batteries and the source of energy. So I heard staff mention that mostly it's coming from solar, but Corby is my understanding that is a standalone battery project. And in speaking with PG&E reps, is that the energy that's being stored in the batteries, it's whatever is going through the transmission line. So it's a mixed bag, including the bad stuff, like natural gas. So I'm curious on Corby, how are you able to, extrapolate what the source is, like how much is renewable versus, the carbon heavy sources like natural gas. And then number two, there's articles out on the web that say that batteries, their primary use is really for price arbitrage, where you store energy that was purchased at a very low price or maybe even free, and then it gets deployed, maybe sold out at a higher price. So what extent does MCE plan on utilizing that really for profit? And are there any restrictions? I mean, can you just use the batteries strictly for arbitrage? And I don't know the regulations on this. I'd be curious if there's any limitations on how much price arbitrage you can engage in on that. And then my last question is the AI data center in Pittsburgh at the Pittsburgh Technology Park that was recently approved, unfortunately, for Pittsburgh. I'm curious, that is my understanding, it's Pittsburgh Power Company that is where, who's going to power that AI data center. But I'm wondering if MCE has or will enter into an agreement with Pittsburgh Power Company to help with that particular hyperscale data center. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Just to make sure, do we have any additional public comment in the room here in Concord? All right. And any public comment in San Rafael? Just to confirm.
No, there's not, Chair.
And any public comment via Zoom before we?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We will bring it back for a motion.
Chair, I'll move approval of the 2026 IRP for MCE, including the PCP, and direct staff to finalize and file the 2026 IRP to the CPUC by August 10th, excuse me.
Director Zorn seconds.
Sorry. Motion made by Director Murphy, second made by Director Zorn. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll call?
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord.
I'm a yes, and I also want to make the comment that I want to thank staff for meeting with me this afternoon to go through this process. It really helped me to wrap my head around it. And so didn't have any questions tonight when we got to it and made perfect sense to me. So thank you. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pinal,
Aye.
Pittsburgh,
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
San Ramon,
Yes.
South Solano County,
Yes.
Tiburon,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we're moving on to item number 7. This is the proposed creation of an ad hoc CEO search committee. This item will be an update from myself, Vice Chair Cindy Darling, as well as Chair Barbara Kohler of the executive committee. I just want to start off by just want to thank the public for all of their public comment that has came in since our XCOM meeting from July 6th and this week and today as well. I also just want to let our public know that we hear them and we want to make sure that this process is transparent and that it's not moving before the grand jury report, and that the grand jury report is important to each and every one of us. And so, I have spoken with the vice chair and our chair of XCOM, just making sure that we slowing this process down, ensuring that that it's a transparent process, that the board is all together collectively making this decision. And so we will be looking at creating a board today, but we will ensure our focus will be going into this grand jury report that is needs to be responded by September 14th, which is our next agenda item after we move on from this item. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Darling, and then we'll go over to XCOM Chair Director Kohler if they have comments as well.
Thank you, Chair Scales Preston. And I want to reiterate what she said, that we are committed to moving this process forward in a way that really has the full buy-in from the board and the public comments. Our goal is to balance efficiency, timeliness, thoroughness, and candidate confidentiality to ensure that we get a highly qualified CEO through a national search. To ensure we're doing so, the search process needs to have the full confidence of the board, our staff, and our stakeholders. And we want to be clear that the expectation is that the full board is making a decision on the finalists. We want to get to the right candidate for MCE, but we also need to move forward. We are a government agency, and government agencies are not always known for their ability to move quickly. And it is important for our staff, important for our stakeholders, and important for continuity of operations to start the process so that we have the tools that we need. Our board has 34 directors. We meet once a month. And so we're looking at a committee that can act nimbly, roll up its sleeves. It's a working committee to get a sound process in place. And that's why we're going with an ad hoc. The key is to get the committee up and going as soon as possible and to ensure that it has the resources it needs to direct the work. However, we are committed to conducting the search through a transparent process. We're also committed to working with our consultant team to ensure that we are integrating the grand jury response, which is our top priority, and the governance assessment, which has just gotten underway. Each one of these processes will need to work with each other. And by beginning on the CEO recruitment, we have the opportunity to bring in the one expertise that we don't have at the table right now, which is a executive search committee who can help us understand the intricacies of getting the biggest pool of highly qualified candidates and getting that process going. So it's a balance. And I know there are a lot of opinions on this, but I want to kind of walk through what the process has been to date. And so at the July 6th XCOM meeting, Chair Scales Preston, Barbara Kohler, and myself presented a proposal to the committee to consider as a starting point for discussion. The original concept was to have Director Kohler, Chair Scales Preston, Director Birdseye, Director Painter, and myself on the group because we thought it was important to have the board leadership. We are in close communication with staff, with HR, and with the General Counsel. But it's also important to have other voices so that we have people from throughout the region and people that are thinking about this very broadly. We, prior to the meeting, we got some feedback that it would be good to increase, although 5 is a little bit easier, it was important to some people to increase the size of the group and include a few more directors. So we added in, who did we add in? Director Sackett and Director McCormick. We were trying to come up with a group that can work on this problem and then bring it back as we go through the process. So at the XCOM, we talked this through. We had a lot of discussion. After much discussion, the proposed committee of 7 was recommended by the XCOM on a vote of 7-2 to take it forward to the board for approval. We also had a really good, robust discussion of whether we should immediately switch and begin recruitment of an interim CEO. There was not a recommendation from the XCOM. However, we did have a very good recommendation from Director Wilkinson to include that as a capacity within the ad hoc, so that if it becomes necessary, if we get all the experts together and they say, yes, you need an interim, we can pivot to that. And so that is included. The XCOM recommended that the ad hoc have the ability to look at interim CEO, interim COO, and long-term CEO as we needed. Additionally, the XCOM requested that all the board members be asked for their interest in the committee. So we had a number of additional directors express the interest in being on the ad hoc. The executive committee also requested the ad hoc committee, once formed, develop the list of touch point milestones to be presented at either the XCOM or the board meeting, depending on timing, on how the rest of the board is going to be involved. Because the thought was, we can all speculate as to what the touch points are. When we get an executive search firm in, they will have they've done this before, and they will have a really good feel for what are the most important points and how they can go through and make sure that they have the support of the board. So some of the touch points we've talked about is hiring of that executive search firm, position description, salary range, the process overview, and other potential key milestones. The intent is to bring those back for consideration. And in that process, we are also going to look at how we integrate grand jury response and the governance work that is now underway. I think we all recognize that those three components work together, and that if we do any one of them, it needs to be clear how it relates to the others. For example, if the governance is not to a point where there's a little bit more certainty, it will make it more difficult to recruit CEOs. And so this is basically where we are. We have proposed that we have an ad hoc committee that is developing recommendations to the board and are the XCOM on the recruitment of the interim CEO or COO and a permanent CEO, including the process and board touch points. The idea is the board and or the executive committee role would be providing the ad hoc with guidance on schedule, process, and touch points, and that the boards, we take out that thing about and the XCOM. It is the board's role to interview final candidates and decide on the selection of a CEO. So the steps really are retain the executive search firm in consultation with the board and the executive committee or the executive committee, bring recommendations back on integration of the CEO search process and timing with the grand jury and governance process and timing, and recommendations to the board and or the executive committee on CEO recruitment, including suggested board touch points and integration. So what we're talking about tonight is both moving fast and moving slow. And we are looking to get the CEO search committee together so that we can begin the process and bring back the most coherent and the most effective strategies to the board on how we go forward with this. So that's a quick overview of how we've gotten to where we are. We have a list of who the original proposal that went to XCOM was. That was the recommendation coming out of XCOM. And that was Chair Scales Preston, myself, Director Kohler, Director Painter, Director Birdseye, Director Sackett, and Director McCormick. Director Andre, Director Jacobs, Director Hoffman, Director Balatz, and Director Wilkinson and Director Martinez have also expressed an interest. That's where we are. And I spent a lot of time at 2 a.m. last night trying to figure out how we're going to get from here to a rational, effective
Through the chair.
group. So I would welcome questions.
Well, before we go into questions, let's give Director Kohler, if she has any comments that she would like to provide as well. And I just want to thank staff for putting those thoughts of steps moving forward. And if directors have any additional input while it's on the screen, if staff can add that input so that we're working collaboratively while we're all together. I think that'll be helpful as well. So Director Kohler, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, I'll just make a few quick points. One of the points I want to make is understanding the need to slow things down, but also understanding the need that this could be a very long time if we slow it down way too much. And I think there is a need for the stability of the agency as well as for staff to have more certainty as to moving forward. And I think we can, and I just want to highlight something that Director Darling said was, I think we can also coordinate with the governance consultant as well as, this isn't going to happen before the grand jury, at least draft report is out. So I think we can work through that. I also want to emphasize that one of the reasons why many of the steps say things like board and or XCOM is really dependent on timing, because we want to make sure that where possible, we don't have to wait for a full board meeting, or we don't have to wait. So that's not intended to cut anyone out. It's just really to make sure that we can do this efficiently while still being really open and transparent. I also want to just highlight that adding too many people to either of the ad hoc groups makes it very difficult to schedule what's going to be kind of a lot of time commitment. And so while I'm sure in the best case scenario, some folks feel adding everybody would be great, but we won't be able to get this done. So I would push for, and I may not be popular, trying to keep this to 7 or 8 max on the CEO search group and see where we are. And I think the other thing we want to think about is this is, it's not going to be lightning speed. We're not going to finish this before December. The reality is this will be into the new year to get to the end point, a month, 2, maybe 3 months. So people who are going to be cycling off their council roles or supervisory roles, will not be able to commit, and we don't want people leaving. Once we form this group, we want to be able to continue on, whatever that group makeup is. But that's all I have to add. Thank you, Director Darling and Directors or Chair Scales Preston for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Director Kohler. And I was just curious, I'm not sure if I did see someone on the screen, and I was wondering if that was our consultant for the government's assessment, Leading Resources, Inc. And if
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And I know that we had him come on when we voted on the contract, was that last month? And I was just wondering if you had, I haven't talked to him at all since we voted on the contract last month, but as we're speaking of this publicly, and I'm sure you may have been watching the meetings, just wondering your thoughts as we get ready to move into discussion on this item, sir. And I think you're on mute. Yeah, you're still muted. Not sure if we can unmute you on our end.
There you go. How about that?
Okay. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you all as elected officials and the staff for the hard work that you do. I watched this meeting this evening and it brings back memories of my time as an elected official too. So it's not an easy job. So thanks for doing it. I think that Eric Douglas at that meeting did express our interest in making sure that this CEO search, that you progress in a timely fashion, but at the same time that that you're able to show some progress on the governance side, on the governance model, because you're trying to find the best CEO possible. I've been involved in a lot of CEO searches in my career, but they're interviewing you as well, and they're looking at your structure and your format. So if we can show some progress, intent toward a better governance system, an improved governance system, I think it'll just help that search as well. So we met with Vicken yesterday and with Justine and got a little orientation, started the process. We have ad hoc meetings starting, I think, next Tuesday. And so that's all I've got to add right now, unless you got a question.
Thank you. If you can stay around, I'm sure maybe some of our directors have some questions.
Sure.
We'll move. Thank you again for providing that insight to us as we are moving through this process. We'll now go into comments. Well, we'll start with questions, and then from San Rafael, and then we'll come to Concord with questions. We'll go out for public comment. Then we'll bring it back to the full board for their comments and a vote. So Director Kohler will go over to San Rafael.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize to folks, the chair has asked for questions, not deliberation at this point. So I'll turn this over to Director Alessio.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for presenting this and doing so much work ahead of this meeting. This is a further kind of follow-up question for Mr. Slayton. And Mr. Slayton, thank you for being here. As you said, Mr. Douglas, your partner, was here last time, and this question came up on timing. And I'm going to read what he said, his brief statement. And then because I am concerned about the timing, everything that's planned, I have no concerns about in terms of the who, the what, the how. I think everything looks great. It's just a matter of timing. And I have more reasons why I'm concerned about that timing. But this is what he said. He said, no CEO wants to come in and work for a board with a lack of governance. So the more we can bring initial clarity about the governance, or at least the direction that the governance work will go, will help your recruitment of a talented CEO. Talented CEOs will not be attracted to an organization that hasn't gotten a clear roadmap in place for how it wants to address those these kinds of governance concerns. So I hate to put you on the spot in terms of like contradicting him, but he was very, very clear. And so not only did I take that seriously and that resonated to me as being true, I'm not sure if you're aware that we basically have 8 between we have our regular board meeting as of tonight. We have the executive board meeting. We have a finance committee. We have a technical committee. We have a governance ad hoc, as we know, that is moving, you are part of that is in progress. And we have a grand jury report that's going to be in progress because that has a hard deadline. So based on what he said and all these other moving parts, and most likely in the future, we'll be looking at organizational assessment, but that's ahead of time. So, that's basically 7 different boards, committees, ad hocs with 4 very big projects. So again, I'm just going to ask you, don't mean to make you seem like you're on trial, because I feel like I'm doing that. That's not my intention. Is just really, how do you think this agency can manage all that, because this does require staff time, on top of what you said in terms of drawing the best possible CEO who will have confidence, who will want to work for this agency and leadership?
Well, first of all, you've already expressed the intent. You've already expressed the intent that you're going to respond to the grand jury in a cohesive manner as a board. You have formed the CEO search committee. You've got to pick a search firm. That's going to take you some time to do. But on the governance side, really, you're the ones who are going to come up with the change in the way that governance system is going to work. And so it's going to start with interviews by small groups of all of you being involved and staff. And it's just going to take time to do it. But the fact is that you've started. And if you started, I think that sends a signal to the community that you're not going to do business as usual from this point on, that you're going to probably make some changes. So right now, all you have is the intent, and you've started the efforts. There's no magic here. No magic here.
Thank you. I want to see if I see Director Jacobs has this light on.
Yeah, thank you. I put my name in for the ad hoc search committee and got an email that there was one date available Monday for discussion. Is there going to be another date? Because I'm not available that date. I'll be out of town and hopefully in a stream. Fishing.
I think Catalina can answer that question. I think one of the reasons, this is one of the, I just want to add, Barbara Kohler here, is this is one of the challenges of being on one of these ad hoc committees. Is it's a lot of work and it's a lot of sacrifice as far as your time. And in order to do the best that we can and start moving forward, that's why the doodle poll came out for Monday. But Catalina, you can respond.
Yeah, and appreciate the question. That was staff's effort to just try to get a consensus of who can be available as quickly as possible and throw out some times. I think once we figure out what is the actual composition of the committee tonight, we'll probably follow up and provide some additional dates. I don't know that Monday is going to be a successful date anyways. So I just want to throw that out there that, to the extent that directors that are going to be joining these committees can make themselves as available as possible, that's always helpful, recognizing that you all have a lot of other commitments and things that you have to manage. So I think there's going to be a series of doodle polls as this progresses, and this will not be the only time that the committee meets.
Okay, thank you. I normally try to make myself available, but 3 days notice was a little tough. Thank you.
I think, thank you, Director Jacobs. Director Alessio has another question.
It's along the same lines, but I guess my concern is for staff. There's been so much change and basically some disruption and a lot of stress on and hardworking staff. They've worked really hard this last 18 months. It's really for the acting CEO. Does staff have capacity to support all the boards and committees and ad hocs? Because this does take staff to coordination and it does take staff time. So I guess I just want reassurance from the acting CEO that this is not going to be more than staff can handle based on everything they're already doing.
Yes, so we'll have our acting CEO respond. Thank you, Director Alessio.
Wow, that's a really great question. The three committees and the board, in addition to workshops and what have you, we are doing, are significantly loading the staff time already. I know our legal group and internal operation group is significantly impacted by these additional groups, but they are must-haves for our future that hopefully will connect all the dots between all of you to make it happen effectively and quickly. We will do everything we can to make this happen to the point of cutting back on what we normally do. So whatever it's going to take, we're going to need to do this, all of us together. No excuses on my part. So I, I hope you believe what I'm saying, because we take this very seriously. I am taking it super seriously for the benefit of the community and the agency and all of you. So I may come back to you with saying what I'm going to do to cut back on some other things. But this is the highest priority we have. So yes, we will make it happen.
Thank you, Vic. And I think we have Director, and I just want to say those are very wise words given the priorities of where we are. So really appreciate that. Director Wilkinson, you had a question?
Yeah, I actually had a question for Catalina, because I know when we had the discussion at XCOM, there was this discussion about whether some of those interim steps could come through XCOM or the full board. But looking on the recommended composition, this 7-member search committee, 5 of those members sit on XCOM. And so you could easily have circumstances where if we were to use XCOM, that a recommendation comes to XCOM and they make up the majority that show up to that particular meeting. And so that feels like the committee would be talking to itself. And so I'm just wondering whether from a Brown Act legal perspective, it makes more sense for all decisions to have to go directly to the full board.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. And so what I would flag is that the concern that we're going to be looking at is the makeup of the ad hoc. And if we do in fact have a quorum where that ad hoc would be acting as though it was the full XCOM. And so I do understand your point, as if you come to an XCOM and you have a lower amount, the 5 might be enough to pass something. And so I recognize that. However, that is the executive committee operating on its own separate capacity in a public and open meeting. So you have the ad hoc CEO search committee that would be working behind the scenes in an ad hoc style to get the working documents approved and then sent to the executive committee. I think it's the choice of your board if there are concerns in how that is going to show up with the executive committee making the decision or the board. It was recommended from our angle, just from a series of timing, depending on how fast your board would like to move. I think that if the board here today really would like to be involved at all of the stages, that is a decision your board could make.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, thank you, Director Wilkinson, for your question. And I am, open to making sure everything goes straight to the board and it does not have to go to XCOM, similar to the process that we did for the government assessment. With the government assessment ad hoc, everything came straight to the board. And so if other directors are interested in that, even if it means that we may have to call a special meeting, I am supportive of that and look forward to hearing what my other directors, how they may feel as we continue the discussion. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to you, Director Kohler, to see if any additional directors have questions.
Yes, I see Director Andre.
Great, thank you. So I think, one of my questions, I do appreciate Director Alicia's questions about timing. I also feel that we need to be cognizant of all of the different processes that are happening. And if we can, I think we need to sequence them, maybe not all simultaneous with one another. I think it makes sense to sequence them where we are trying to finish one thing and then we start the next thing. And so given that, a couple of questions from me would be, one, given the fact that, the permanent CEO search is going to take a long time, do we focus on the interim, hiring an interim CEO while we are undergoing the governance assessment and embarking on our search for the permanent CEO? So that's question number one. Should we put that as sort of a higher priority, trying to find an interim CEO before spending a lot of energy on the permanent CEO search? Question number two is the composition of the committee. Again, I think, what you saw from the public comments, the process on choosing who sat on the committees wasn't exactly open and transparent. And subsequent to XCOM, we got a lot of interest from directors who would be interested in serving on this committee. So my second question would be to the board is, what is going to be our process that is open and transparent, and we're able to create a balanced committee with different viewpoints. How are we going to determine the composition of this committee? So my two questions.
I guess I want to answer one question.
Barbara, let me go ahead and take a swat at the first one. Sorry, let me try to make sure we're thinking about the interim correctly. The interim could be something that we could get very good guidance from an executive search firm, because as we've talked about, we are trying to sell ourselves as a product, and we are looking for the most qualified CEO. And if you're going for an interim, that may limit the pool of people that are really interested. We're looking for a fairly specialized set of people. And if you go for an interim, so I would, before I made a decision one way or the other as a board member, I would want to talk to the executive search firm and say, if we are going for an interim, what effect is that going to have on staff? What effect is that, and how likely is it that we're going to be able to find somebody? So it's a nuanced discussion, and I think it's something that we can bring back to the board once we have a search consultant on board and have a much better informed discussion.
And I just want to add, one of the things we're aware of is typically these kinds of recruiters, and Director Wilkinson specifically asked that we include it in the scope, but typically they do include looking an interim as part of the scope of recruitment. So we could certainly pivot after, let's say, a recruiter was picked, and then discussions with them about some of the issues about the governance, how to time that, but also, is it the right thing given where we're at right now? Should we move forward simultaneously looking for an interim with a full-time CEO, or should we just pivot and do the interim CEO? So I think some of those questions could be answered once you have a recruitment firm on board. That's just my thoughts.
Director Andres, I want to just acknowledge that was a good question, and I just want to also acknowledge Vicken for two roles right now, with being an acting CEO as well as the COO. So as you mentioned, sequence of these items are really important. Hopefully the firm that we identify in the future can help us with that process as a full board.
Yeah, and I don't think we answered your second question, but maybe you want to repeat it. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. And first of all, I do appreciate everything that staff is doing, and my comments about the interim CEO are not a reflection on the performance of Mr. Kasarjian. And so he's doing a heroic job of wearing two hats, but I fully recognize that he has two very large roles to fill right now, and it's not sustainable for any prolonged period of time. And that we need, in my opinion, and I've heard from other staff as well, and from Mr. Kasarjian, that he's very stretched, and that, he needs to not be wearing two hats for the next, 6 to 9 months as we're trying to figure out, as we embark on a search for a permanent CEO. So my comments about bringing in an interim have absolutely no bearing on his performance. His performance has been great. Thank you, Vicken, for all that you've been doing. But we realize that you're human, and there are only 24 hours in the day, and you can't possibly be expected to wear, to fulfill both of those roles, especially given the number of issues that we are dealing with right now as an agency. My second question was more about, what is a fair and transparent process for selecting the composition of the ad hoc committee? And so I'd like to, rather than rush into a decision, I'd like to spend some time that the board should deliberate and discuss what we think is a fair and transparent process for selecting, who goes on the committee.
Well, I think once we're through with questions from Concord, then I think we can go into deliberations. But first it was questions. So thank you for adding that. I think, Madam Chair, I don't see any further questions in San Rafael.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it over to Concord. Director Nakamura had her light on.
Yes, thank you. I've had my light on and off and on and off throughout this whole process, and so trying to sit here very patiently. Going into this item, it was really based on a lot of public input that we had through public comments. Going into this item, I thought strongly about saying we need to delay the CEO search. We're not ready. We need the governance. We need to have that assessment done. It really sets us up for success with the new CEO. Also with the grand jury report, because a lot of what's happened there needs to get folded into the governance. And again, setting us up for success and for a new CEO needs to happen. And it wasn't until I heard Director Darling lay it all out in a very succinct way that I thought, okay, I think I can work with this. I still have concerns. Our acting CEO is already talking about taking things off the table. There are things we really need to prioritize. And there are things that are going to suffer. And I am concerned about two hats. Would a CEO, an acting CEO in an interim CEO manner be able to accomplish more going forward with the organization without doing a search for an interim, and be able to help us get that governance up and running and also set us up for success for the new for a new CEO. So these are things I'm thinking about. They're questions in my head. How do we go through this? I think there's some great conversation we're having tonight. And to Director Andre's question about having a fair process about how we pick the selection for this CEO search. It's important. I also think it's secondary to how we step through all of this. Is the timing of this correct? And I think that Director Darling did lay that out. So I'm open to any process with finding people, but I also have a lot of questions about how we go through. I think our acting CEO may have his hands tied right now, a little bit of a lame duck and not be able to accomplish anything that would really help us in these areas of the grand jury and the governance assessment. And that's something that really weighs on me, because I think that would be helpful to maybe alleviate his two jobs that he's doing, maybe help him figure out how to backfill on the COO side of his role. So those are my thoughts. Questions. I'm open to more conversation on this. Thank you, everyone.
This is Director Darling. I want to weigh in. The acting CEO is working hard to help us be successful, and we can work hard to make him successful we have as board vice chair and board chair, we're in very close communication with Vicken, and we have been encouraging him to identify additional resources that can help him do his job. And we have also been looking at, we referred to the prioritization process. There's four things going on. We need to keep sailing the ship. We need to get the grand jury response. We need to get the governance going, and we need to get a CEO. And so I think we can continue to have discussions about how those things move forward in a way, as Vicken said, the most important things are getting this agency back to a point where the board is functional, the staff feels supported, and we're making good decisions. So it's a toughie. You want to do everything exactly right, and you want to do it, but you also need to do it yesterday. So it's a challenge. And Christmas is coming, just in case anybody hadn't noticed that.
Director Birdseye.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to
hear from our acting CEO and the setup that you've implemented to get the work done right now. I read in the staff pack or the board packet that there's such thing as an acting your old job. So please enlighten us and give us your perspective on the need for an interim CEO.
Thank you, Director Birdseye. So, and appreciate all the kind words, everybody. And please believe me and trust me, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. Okay. It's amazing to work with the staff, with all of you, and I know the dynamics, so I'm not giving you a bunch of BS. So just to be fair. So there have been a lot of change. If you are looking from the staff level up to the board, a lot of change has happened, and we're talking about yet another change to get to the final change. In my opinion, there's too many changes for the staff that are still committed in their working their best for the delivery of our products. Idea-wise, everything makes sense, but if you give me certainty, even limited certainty for the near future, I can go in between internal resources and folks that I know in the business, take care of my backfill, my previous land rights, let's call it in the civil service, to my new land rights, right? And that will provide significant amount of certainty and calmness to the ship to keep on sailing. It's not rocket scientist, but too many changes for the sake of changing, it's not going to work. I would not be interested. Let me put it at that too. So I think the board is on the right track to put the governance ship together. Mr. Slayton was my chair at SMUD when I was at SMUD, so appreciate all the effort and his company's effort. I completely agree that governance is very important. A united front to the grand jury is almost required by the board. And in the meantime, once you have the structure set up of bringing a new CEO, of course you have to do that. I completely agree, and you have to, okay? But I highly, strongly recommend not doing changes for the sake of change. While we basically, I think I was talking with Director McCormick, we used to say, do an engine change of a plane in flight. So it's getting a little bit difficult, but you have the opportunity to simplify things to help the staff for the common goal. Thank you.
A follow-up question, Chair? Would the search and implementation of an interim CEO be one of those changes just for change?
Yes.
I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Zorn.
Thank you. I just have a few quick questions. So, what is the timeline for like the first report out of the governance ad hoc committee? That committee has been formed. They have met, correct? But we have not gotten a report out. What's the timeline for them?
So the Director Sackett gave a report out with regard to the governance ad hoc committee at the beginning of the meeting. And she shared that we have chosen a governance attorney. So now we'll have a governance attorney on board. So that's and then as for our government assessment, Leading Resources, Inc., they just started this week. We will be meeting with Leading Resources, Inc. next week. So we will have a report out on that discussion as well.
The reason I was asking the question, I appreciate, thank you. They did mention those updates at the beginning. I was more thinking along the lines of our next item is to talk about the grand jury response Committee ad hoc, which has a deadline of 90 days, right? So early September. The governance committee at this point hasn't, come up with any conclusions yet, right? You are all very much in the early stages. And so I wanted to, acknowledge some of the comments that have been made so far about the concern about having all three of these things happen at once. Because as was mentioned at the beginning, the idea of the board not having it together before we go out for a CEO search seems a little bit cart before the horse. So I would much rather see those first two things move forward. I have a few questions about this ad hoc subcommittee or ad hoc committee, but I'm going to just say right now that I would like to recommend that we not move forward on this item tonight. I don't think it's the right idea. I think there's a couple things need to be improved. One of the things that was described about the ad hoc CEO search committee was about interviewing potential applicants. And at no point did I see any reference to staff that were participating in the interviews. Is the expectation that it would only be board members interviewing the CEO applicants?
I think the expectation is that we would work with the executive search committee. They've done this before. There's typically a number of review processes to go from the list of 30 or 40 down to a shorter list and then down to a shorter list. And that would involve staff, it would involve stakeholders, it would involve board members. But we would look to the executive search committee to identify how those things work together.
And I'm sorry, the executive search committee being the same as the ad hoc committee, or you're talking about a completely different subset of people?
Sorry, I meant the executive search consultant.
Consultant, okay.
Would work with the committee to bring that back to the board.
The reason that I'm asking those questions is because when we were having discussions about the governance assessment is starting with just the board. And they said that at some point they might come back and say that you might actually want to be discussing governance of executive staff as well, right? So we haven't figured out what we need to improve upon before we even start interviewing a CEO. So that's why I'm feeling like we haven't answered any of the questions that we need in order to create this subcommittee. I very much appreciate what Director Wilkinson said about the kind of the duplication of executive committee members and this ad hoc committee member recommendation. It does feel a little duplicative. And again, many of the critiques that we're having to deal with right now are about members of the board. And I really feel like we need to really understand and come to an agreement on what our path forward is before we basically have all of the same people do the next most important step. I really think it's important that we either have, members of our board who haven't really participated in much, or we really talk through this and understand, because there's a handful of folks on the board and you all are very, very involved and engaged. And then there's a handful of people on the board that aren't as engaged. And I feel like the same people keep having the same conversations and the same infighting is happening between the same people. And so I'm not feeling super confident in this recommendation. And that's why I was saying at the beginning that I feel like we need to hold off on this. And I will feel much more comfortable supporting this idea after the governance and the 90 days is up for the grand jury. So that's all for now.
Chair, I just want to make a suggestion, which is I just heard Director Zorn, I think what's really critical tonight is we form the grand jury ad hoc committee. We get comments on the grand jury. And what I would suggest, because I think we could be here for a few hours discussing this item, I think I'm just going to suggest, and defer to obviously whatever is best, that we move the ad hoc for the grand jury committee. We take a pause right now in this item, and I don't want to short circuit people's questions, but we take a pause. Let's go to the grand jury ad hoc and then take the comments and give comments on the grand jury report. And if there's time, circle back to this one, just because I'm a little concerned that grand jury timeline is very tight, and we really want to do a great response to that and have an opportunity for the board to see the response and have the public have an opportunity. So just, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I've noticed we've gone 45 minutes and I think we could go a very long time. And just hearing what Director Zorn said, it just seems like maybe that's an approach we could take to get those two sort of moving forward, and then see if there's time to wrap up some, maybe not all, of the CEO search issues.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Director Bailey.
Yeah, I think there's people who would like to make comments. I knew we were sort of doing comments, last questions, but I think there's a couple of challenges. Just this shows some of the dysfunction here. So we put something on the agenda that was recommended by a committee, and then now we're saying that after we did that, that we should not do it in the order in which the committee recommended it. I do hear Mayor Zorn's comments, but the chaos is in this room, in my opinion. We move around. We have workshops. We're saying we're priorities is a grand jury report, but we're doing workshops. So the board needs to focus on what the goals are and our primary objective, and then go do that. But this changing right now is part of the problem, in my opinion. We have a report that says executive committee recommended so many names, and then somebody else said to add more names, so they added more names, and then they said go back and ask some more people if they want to be on the committee. Why? Either we're going to do it together, or we're going to pick some people that will go out and seek this firm, which I believe can be done at the same time, seeking the firm. And then we come back to the board for those other processes. Everybody wants to isolate. It sounds like some people want to isolate out the people they don't want to be heard in a process. We could interview people in a room. We could pick who asked the questions. We only need 34 people asking questions of the candidate, but we can go on Zoom and they can be in one of the offices and the candidate can be asked questions. We don't need to isolate this and box it off. We talk about this as a business. A few months ago when we had a different CEO, it was an $800 million business and we weren't running efficiently. Well, what are we doing now? So we need to figure out what our priorities are. That's not a staff issue. That's an us issue. Prioritize. Do we need to have a workshop every other Wednesday? If that's the priority and we don't need a CEO, then we have workshops. I think we need someone to head the organization. I'm a director. I'm not a CEO of this. I'm not an expert on energy. I don't think pretend like we're all going to become experts in energy by having a workshop every other week is going to solve that problem. I believe it's a tactic, but I think we need to refocus on what we're doing here. Now, I'm not saying the grand jury to Director Zorn. I do hear her comment, but so this is not an attack on that, but we need to have the conversation. Somebody needs to come up with priorities to outline priorities. We come back, we vote on those priorities, then we do that, right? In councils, we call it strategic planning. But whatever we want to call it in this form right here, and then get that done. But this round and round and changing back and forth, this is the problem. We need to speed to some decisions a couple months ago. Now we need to slow down on some other decisions. What are we doing, right? 7 habits of highly effective people. Begin with the end in mind. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Bailey. Director Murphy.
Yes, so I'm going to stick to the questions. It sounds like we're not going to move to another item. Are we continuing, Madam Chair?
I think we should continue.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Then I'll continue my what I had 2 questions about. The first is I just want to circle back to the composition. So the first is the number. So we at the executive committee meeting, the reference at that point, through a report I saw, was 5. We then suggested 2 more to 7. Can the general counsel explain the maximum so that we can just have some guardrails? What's the maximum amount of people we can have on a committee?
Thank you, Director Murphy. I don't have a maximum. We don't have restrictions on that. What I would urge the board to keep in mind is the larger that you get. I will caveat that the maximum would be a quorum of the board.
Thank you. I was like, there's got to be a maximum. Okay.
Yeah, the maximum is a quorum of the board. So you would have to be under 20, so 19 or less. And then I would also argue that 19 makeup can't be a makeup of the executive committee quorum too. So that's going to be some going back and forth on that. But what I would urge the board to consider is the amount of people that are involved then increases the amount of voices that are in a working group, and that can sometimes be challenging to navigate, but those are kind of the parameters.
Thank you, Counsel. And then just to be clear, because I've served on several committees on this board, because it's ad hoc, is there a requirement for there to be a quorum for that committee to meet? I know that hopefully the members who agree to be in on that committee will show up to all those meetings. But is there a required quorum for that committee, for activities to move forward or actions to move forward for an ad hoc committee?
There is not, but typically we have not moved forward on things with ad hocs when we can't get at least a majority. That feels a little bit anti the spirit of the committee if we are moving forward with just a couple of folks.
Right, but our standing committees, there's a required quorum. Ad hoc committees, there is no required quorum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Director Veros.
So my question pretty much in line with board member Zoran. So there are two things that came up, right? So one is the sequencing. We need to get governance board, then we need to get ad hoc for governance board, and then we need to get our grand jury report completed, drafted or completed. And then is it make sense that today, do we need to make the decision of this ad hoc committee for searching CEO? So that's the question I'm thinking, because anyway, we have a time right now. We just changed from, as board member Murphy mentioned, right? So from 5 to 7, then there is a additional interest, right? Now it became like 13 members. So is it make sense that, do we really need to do that decision tonight? Or can we defer it and let us work on it and get back to the next meeting?
And I think there are risks and costs no matter what we do. There are risks that if we don't find a way to bring an executive search committee on, and you think about the timing in the year, you can't go out and recruit over the holidays. So we could, if we don't bring the executive search firm on now and at least start doing the work, we could very quickly find out that we are now not we're not putting something out until after the first of the year. That's a risk because what that's doing to our staff is extending out the period of uncertainty. None of us can predict if things will implode or not. It's just risks and costs and benefits. And so it's a judgment call. I think it's my recommendation to you is that if we could get if we could get the ad hoc CEO interim committee together, at least to bring on the search consultant, sorry, it's getting close to my bedtime. Bring on that consultant. It's a great resource for us. It's one that will help us do a much better job on weighing the costs and benefits and risks. Yep. So that's my plea. That's my thought.
I definitely agree with you, the importance of the time. But then as interim CEO, Vic already mentioned that we are trying to just to rush and fix it something. Then if we come back to the same situation, then it is not going to, that will be much bigger risk for us. So, and also it will hurt our transparency. If we keep, like, let's say we push it today and get this ad hoc committee today itself, then it can even hurt our transparency of how we are picking our board members to be part of that ad hoc committee.
Thank you, Director. I also just want to add that when you're thinking of forming the committee, there's still a timeline to that, right? So when the committee's formed, then they need to have a conversation about what an RFP or RFQ may look like and try to put that together as the ad hoc. That group would need to bring that back to the full board. So let's say if we're in July, let's say if it was August or September, I'm not sure what date that would be. But then once the board approves that, then it goes out for 30 days, right? Then it comes back. And then the ad hoc committee would need to interview those people that applied that are the firm for the CEO search. So I know it sounds like it's going to happen today, but we still have to bring those items back to the board so that the board can approve our RFQ or RFP. Then that would have to go out for 30 days. Then we would go give updates to the full board, and then we'll have to interview. So there's a lot of steps in between. Our grand jury report will be done by then, and the Leading Resources, Inc. that we're working with, maybe by then, since that's a while from now, we would be able to have conversations with our government assessment firm, as well as our governance counsel that we just brought on to help us with the next steps of that process.
Thanks for sharing that. But one thing is, unless we get the governance piece in place, searching a form, that form is not going to start searching for CEO, right?
No.
So we need to get the governance, but we don't even have that ETA in our, we don't have any ETA on the.
Well, the governance assessment is underway and there's a first work product. I think it's week 12. I can't remember the work. I didn't bring the schedule with me, but there are a couple of work products. And so we can take that schedule for those work products and blend it together to show how all these different pieces move together. We know what the deadlines are for the grand jury report. We know what the deliverables are on governance. If we can layer in how we can go forward with the CEO, we can make it all make sense. I have confidence.
Yeah.
Chair, this is Catalina. I just wanted to jump in for just a moment to flag for the committee. We can increase a little bit of efficiency with the release of the RFO or RFP for a recruitment firm. We are not obligated to go for a full 30 days. We could go out for, I think approximately 15 days is our requirement. So that would decrease time frame there. I do also want to flag for you, Chair. I know we've bounced around the offices with some questions, and I believe that there is some public comment. So we'll just like for you to consider when you'd like to take public comment on this item.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions from directors before we go to public comment?
I have a follow-up question.
Bailey.
If I can, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair, excuse me. Is there a problem with, I mean, I guess this is a larger question, but is there a problem with taking the the current chair, the vice chair, an at-large position and a representative from technical committee and a representative from executive committee, which would get you a sampling of all the committees, I think, within the org? And it didn't have to be the person to chair the committee, by the way, just a representative from that committee, to get that piece going so that we could start the process to get to where we're talking about. Is there harm in doing that?
I did suggest that.
You said that same thing?
Through the chair, that was a suggestion, but I think this is a different process than that at this point, this proposed process.
Well, we're trying to figure out how we're gonna get those names.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was probably still calming down from my previous comment.
Oh, I didn't suggest it today. Sorry, that was
Okay.
that executive
Okay.
committee. No, different meeting.
I'm sorry. So what you hear over in the Concord side, Director Murphy was saying he suggested that in
At the executive committee.
of the executive committee process. Okay. So if it's okay if I go out to public comment? All right. Moving on to public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room? We have one public comment in the room in Concord.
Great. Hi, Alicia Minion again. So with regard to the idea of hiring an outside interim CEO, I didn't hear the opinion from the consultant. So I'd really appreciate it if you could ask the consultant what his opinion is. And, would he just rely on what the acting CEO is saying? In my view, I would like to hear the opinion of all the employees. I would love to hear a poll because maybe they would want an interim CEO. Maybe they're used to having Vicken being the COO and you're kind of displacing because he's in charge of the most important function in the agency, which is procurement. If I have that correctly. If not, please correct me. So if that's the case, it would be really nice to hear what the employees would prefer, because that's who really matters, because they're all play a role in running MCE. As an MCE customer, in my view, I think it makes sense to have an interim CEO. When on the executive committee, I spoke in public comment. When I was on the school bond oversight committee for Mount Diablo, the superintendent left the district, and immediately an interim superintendent was hired so that the school district could spend careful consideration in selecting a permanent superintendent, because that role is so important. And it's reflective by the salary that the former CEO made. With benefits, she was making, what is over $700K. This is an intensive job, and they are the face of the agency. And so I think, especially your size and the complexity, you need an outside interim CEO. With regard to the composition of who's going to be interviewing the CEO, I'm still concerned about the composition and how that came about. It seems weird that the management of the board is really deciding they're going to be on it. You guys are going to be on it. And then you agree to kind of add another 2 more people. And now some board members are upset. Other people want to engage. I personally think that from who's interested, let's pick the people that kind of, what was the word, I'm sorry, I don't remember your last name. It's Director Murphy. Infighting, I don't know if I'd call it infighting. There's disagreement, and I don't know. Look, the whole thing's weird. Like I said, I came on the scene November 2020. I think we need a different composition so there isn't that infighting. So maybe highly qualified people that aren't part of the infighting group.
I'm sorry to cut you off. You have met
And the
time.
last
Thank
idea-
you. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off.
Okay.
Because we're at 9:21, and so we still have more public comment via Zoom. But thank you
All
for your
right.
public comment.
You're welcome.
Can we take Director Kohler or Madam Clerk? Can we take public comment?
Yeah, we have
San Rafael?
at least 2 folks wanting to give public comment in San Rafael. I
Thank
think
you.
no, I know. I was communicating with them.
I'm Kingston Cole. I'm the Vice President of the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers. I made a similar speech to your ex-con last week. Let me reiterate most of it and provide some additional comments and recommendations. MCE has a huge credibility problem, really a crisis. Thanks to excellent comprehensive reporting by the Marin IJ, a hypercritical Marin Civil Grand Jury report, and countless pleas for more transparency and honesty from many interest groups that want MCE to succeed, the public now knows the agency is in dire trouble. The first responses from the board after the departure of CEO Don Weiss tell us that those in charge are still oblivious. Specifically, 3 members of the board who worked hand in hand for years with failed management continue to dictate who will be the next CEO of MCE. They've stacked the deck with their selections of themselves and other longtime loyalists on the ad hoc committee for the purported nationwide search. Did they think to add any diversity of opinion? No. Are they being transparent in this process? Not really. Will they come up with any new ideas? Not if they are in charge. The public and MCE ratepayers now know the game is rigged. The big 3 who aided and abetted the last CEO should not be in charge of choosing who will replace her. You should all recuse yourselves from the ad hoc committee for obvious conflicts of interest. In your stead, you should select 3 disinterested board members with the expertise and commitment to change that are needed at this critical stage. Your 2 often shunned and silenced dissident members must be among them. MCE upper management has other critical decisions to make, including replacing a less than independent general counsel and paring down a bloated staff. Make those your new goals and objectives. One more recommendation, a homework assignment. The Marin Civil Grand Jury report should be required reading for all of you board members. An informed board can make informed decisions. Lastly, I will remind you of the old Watergate adage, the cover-up is always worse than the crime. The public and MCE ratepayers deserve better. Please get to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, sir. Director Kohler, do we have another a member of the public that would like to
Yes, we
speak?
do. We have another public commenter here. Thank you.
I'm Robert Miller with Marin Conservation League, and I have a couple of suggestions, comments. One is to slow down the timing of the CEO search. Hiring a CEO is the biggest governance decision this board will make, and we urge you to go slow. Start to get governance changes that will make for a healthier, less divided, and more successful board, and therefore organization. The leading resources and consultants said you need to show some progress on the governance side. Secondly, include diverse perspectives in any CEO search. There was talk in the MCE Executive Committee meeting about increasing transparency and rebuilding trust, including with the community. And today, the board chair said that she wanted to see extending the olive branch to each other to move forward. She talked about being collaborative, working together, and that everyone's thoughts and opinions matter. And Marin Conservation League really welcomes all of this. But transparency and rebuilding trust requires including diverse perspectives at the table in choosing the next CEO. Now, yes, there is some diversity now, which is good. But the proposed 7-member committee composition includes 3 board members that were closely associated with and mostly deferential to the previous CEO's actions, and it excludes the 2 board members that were most vocal in challenging that CEO's actions. Those 2 board members were the strongest advocates for reform and for the board taking an active oversight role. Including them would be extending olive branches, at least one of them would be extending olive branches, being collaborative, working together. So to increase transparency and rebuild trust, we urge you to include at least one of those vocal advocates for reform on the MCE CEO search committee. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir, for your public comment. Do we have any additional members of the public that would like to give
No one in
San Rafael?
No one in San Rafael. I'm not sure if we have anyone on Zoom.
Yes, we have a hand raised by Ron Arliss.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for, okay, there goes the clock. In my opinion, you basically have 2 issues here. One is a timing issue and the other is a composition issue. With all due respect to the consultant that you hired who said, oh yeah, you could start to look now, but you have the intent to change. Put yourself in the shoes of a potential applicant. If I'm a potential applicant and I'm told, oh, they intend to change and create a new governance structure, do you think I'd actually want to apply for that? Nobody in their right mind would want to do that. So you had at least 3 or 4 directors who brought up the point, why don't you do the governance and the grand jury report first? Then, as one of the other directors pointed out, you need to come up with a job description. The only way you're going to be able to get a a specific, job description that a potential applicant can say, yeah, I can do this, or no, I don't want to do this, is if you have completed those two things first. And now, the timing issue is you've got a September deadline for the grand jury, so that's going to take care of that. You've got a chance, another 6, 7, 8 weeks or so to do your governance. What's the delay? You could probably get most of it done by the time of the grand jury. What you could do is basically take Director Kohler's comment that this is going to take, the search is going to take, maybe even to next year. But use this time between now and when your grand jury report comes in and your governance report comes in to develop a transparent selection process for the executive search. Okay? That way, people know who and how, or why people got selected. And remember, the grand jury's biggest point is lack of transparency and basically kowtowing to your prior CEO. The 5 members or 3 of those people, you're tainted, quite frankly. The public knows by reading the report who's who. Simply putting yourselves on for a majority of the search committee does not lend a lot of credibility or transparency. So develop some criteria to get on the committee. Look for diversity. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what you do with the best way of doing it. Take your time, get it right, and then the public will be very supportive of the changes you guys actually make. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any additional public comment via Zoom?
There are no additional hands, Chair.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, and I believe Director Scatz had a question or a comment that she didn't get a chance to ask.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo the comments of Director Bailey that we have a recommendation from the Executive Committee, and it's getting late. I know we need to approve our grand jury ad hoc committee because we have a time deadline. And so I think we should vote on this item as far as the comments that how are these folks selected? I think, at least on my city council, for our committees, leadership selects the folks that are on the committee. And I know a lot of speakers spoke about diversity, and I think this group represents a lot of diversity. It represents geographic diversity, socioeconomic diversity, racial diversity. And I'm personally insulted on behalf of Chair Scales Preston and Directors Kohler and Darling. I think all 3 of them have worked on behalf of this agency and not any one individual. I think there's very few people who have the wide breadth of experience that Chair Scales Preston has, having worked in municipal, state, and federal government. Director Darling has gone out of her way to attend meetings in Marin to talk to individuals who have made public comment who live in Marin and get those perspectives. And Director Kohler has been a great resource for me. I've wanted to understand who the various players are who are speaking at the meeting, and she has been very helpful in helping to explain the history of MCE. And, I guess I just really want to emphasize that this is a great group of people, and I would move that we vote on the recommendations, the recommendation of the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Before we do that, I just want to mention that this Director Kohler, when we started this, we asked just people for questions, and Director Alessio has some comments. So before we move that, could we see if there's comments over here, but understanding to the extent feasible, let's keep them as short as possible.
Yes, Director Kohler. Director Alessio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this moment to make comments. They're probably not going to be surprising. Listening to everybody, listening to public comment, I take it to heart. I too have high respect for the recommended members for the CEO search. I do also hear and think that we can add another member to that in reflection to the two board members who are sitting here in San Rafael with me, with one of them at least being on that board. I think that would be add another voice, another diverse voice to that selection process. So I agree with that. I'm still really having a hard time with my conscience on putting this now with the staff. There's two things as important as the CEO is, it's so important that we wait and we do this when we get through the grand jury report and we get some foundation from the governance assessment. The governance assessment, which we know started officially yesterday in terms of the contract with Leading Resource, that's my recollection is that, and maybe Mr. Slayton can confirm, that it was going to be mid-September to late September that the assessment part was going to be presented to the board, and then there was going to be a recommendation for implementations of the findings that the board can then make a decision on. So if we, starting now with the governance assessment that's in play, coming back in mid to late September with those identified areas of recommendations, and then moving forward from September to the end of the year, and most likely into the beginning of the following year, will be the implementation of the items that the board would be making a decision on. We are at a breakneck speed in terms of the grand jury report. There's a lot that has to be done. That I understand hopefully will come back to the board review at the next meeting. So the board can then make any comments, public can make comments on the grand jury report. And that would be needing to come back in our September meeting for this board to approve the final response for that to be submitted on time. The other items that we already have the other ad hoc committees, the tech, the finance committee, the executive committee, the board committee, the workshops. I guess we could put a halt on those workshops for the staff. And basically, there is daily business that needs to be done by this agency that frankly has been sidelined for 18 months. And we've had over 1,000 hours of overtime, and that also affects our budget because of that. So I just want to be very mindful of what's really realistic, what's really fair and sustainable for this agency. In the beginning, I think it was Vice Chair Darling, and I agree with her. She says we want efficiency, we want timeliness, we want thoroughness, and I'm going to add, obviously, we want effectiveness. We want to be feasible and sustainable in terms of the timing of when we do this. I feel like we have a very sound, active CEO who can stay as an active CEO for this time being. I understand the interim CEO, but I think that he's doing a good job. What he needs is help. And I believe he has help within this agency that can step up per his selection as the acting CEO, because he's in charge of operations, that he can bring somebody up to be the acting COO, that we can put a pause on that because that is working right now. What we can't put a pause on is a grand jury report, and what we can't put a pause on is the governance assessment. And those are two very big items on top of all the other work that's being done by this agency and, frankly, by this board. So I just really just ask everybody to really what is really critical? What is really critical? What is the high priorities and the high needs right now? And where does the urgency lie in terms of timing? And all due respect, I also think that in terms of certainty, I think the certainty really is with the active CEO and his ability to bring someone to help him. And we can approach the CEO search, in a few months, if you will, if not early next year. Thank you for listening to me.
Before this is Barbara Kohler, I just want to say something that occurred to me is one of the things we could do is, rather than going full bore with the scope of and listening to Director Bailey and others, so I'm cognizant of all the comments that have been brought up in the questions and concerns, is one of the things we could do is, for right now, consider making a smaller scope for the CEO search committee to really just develop an RFP that could come back to the board at the board meeting, I believe it's September 16th, and just get moving in that direction. And from what I understand in talking to Catalina at another point, it's not necessarily a 30-day, it's more like 10 days. And I'm not sure if it's 10 business days or calendar days, but we could get moving in that direction and then work out what are a lot of bugs and concerns, et cetera. The one concern we have to be cognizant of is VICN did reach out to financial institutions. Right now, they're okay. The longer we drag this out, they may start getting very concerned. And we are one of the few, CCAs who has a great credit rating. So that's something to think about. But I'm just suggesting potentially we consider a smaller scope right now, and then we can work out more of the bugs and figure out who makes up that committee. I also want to say one more thing, is that the very large customer load for this agency is Contra Costa County. And as people get more and more frustrated with what appears to be a lot of uncertainty here and a lot of divisiveness, folks may decide to depart MCE. And that would be a huge customer load loss. So I think we need to also consider, we have a broad constituency, and even though we have a lot of folks that from this side of the Bay who've raised some valid questions and a lot of issues, we have to remember we have a very broad constituency for this agency, and I'm worried about the agency as a whole. So with that, I want to just turn it over, and maybe that was a bad idea, but I want to turn it over to Director Sackett.
Thank you, Director Kohler. I believe strongly that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and I don't think we need to stop the work that we're doing to do the grand jury report. I take it with utmost seriousness, but the response, frankly, shouldn't stop the other work that we're doing. I think we should get an executive recruitment firm on board, and we should make that decision tonight on how we're going to get that done in a pretty short order, whether that's a 10-day procurement, if we have to go to a procurement. But I hope we can walk away from tonight with a small group of people, whoever that is, who can go ahead and get that executive recruitment started. That does not mean we're putting the job description out to the public today. All of these things, we can do all these things at the same time. I think we've got a big organization. Everybody is spending a ton of time on this organization. Let's try to do 3 things at once. Let's finish the grand jury report. Let's get a recruiter on board and just get that process starting and start iterating on what that is going to look like. And in the meantime, we've got LRI, who's already interviewed key staff, interviewing many of us next week, that process, and we're going to learn along the way. That's not just a report at the end of it. Like, we can do this all at the same time. Let's go.
Okay, I want to, we have a couple more folks here. I want to go to Director Martinez and then Director Sandhu, but I want to ask that, to the extent feasible, let's focus so that we can move forward through whatever process we decide we're going to follow.
And Director Kohler, we're at 9:43, and I think we may need to take a vote to request to extend the time because we do need to complete this grand jury report tonight. So I think before we go into additional comments from directors, I just want to check with our council to see if we wait until 10 o'clock to take that vote, or do we need to take that vote now to extend the time? It's 9:44.
Thank you, Chair. The motions that have been approved in the past regarding the 10 o'clock stop time mean that anything that is not time sensitive would need a vote. I would argue, and I think that the board would argue, that the grand jury committee would be a time sensitive matter, and so we could continue on past 10. But any other remaining items on the agenda, if the board wanted to consider, would need a vote.
Okay, so we do not need a vote to move forward to the grand jury.
Correct.
Item. Thank you. All right, Director Kohler, I'm turning it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to Director Martinez first.
Sorry. I believe that the ad hoc committee for the CEO search needs to be reconstituted. We've already had many comments from the public and people here that it needs to be reconstituted. And I'll give you a reason why. I've been on a committee for an interim 3 city managers, 2 city attorneys, 1 interim city attorney, and I've been in several negotiations. And I found that when a particular power group or perceived power group is in charge, the division or the happens in public when we discuss it. If the group is diversified, then that divisiveness, or whatever you want to call it, that difference of opinion is done in private, and decisions are made, agreements are made in private, so that when you come forward, we look united. And we are united because we take care of that business in private, where it's not voted on. I mean, for a final decision. The final decision comes forward after everyone has come to agreement. And I think that we need that diversity on the ad hoc committee for the CEO search for it to be successful. Otherwise, we're going to come back and look divisive in disarray. And I would rather that we not do that we do that in the ad hoc committee so that we can come out unified.
Thank you. Let's move on to Director Sandhu.
Thanks, Director Kohler. I agree with what Director Alessio said earlier in regards to Vicken taking over as acting CEO and then him backfilling as needed. I would also like to state that I think putting together, I have no individual qualm with any individual board member on that ad hoc CEO search committee, but my bigger qualm would be with the fact that we have one at all before the governance review is done, because I think it's potentially likely that there will be members and jurisdictions that will not be on this board come 6 months from now, because the board may be much, much smaller. And having a committee formed at that point seems more fair to me. So I would almost just punt this out until we complete this governance review, which we have spent so much money on. And doing it concurrently does seem to be too much. I'll only state, I mean, I understand we're a large organization and I want to believe that we can do all of the things all the time, but we can hardly finish these meetings. I don't mean that too much as a joke, but it's just a point to state that we need to just focus on the main thing. And we can't have 3 main things. You got to keep the main thing the main thing. And I believe the main thing is the governance review of this organization. And following that is the recruitment of a permanent full-time CEO. And in the meantime, having someone like Vicken oversee this organization during that time period, to me, seems like a pretty good idea. Thank you, Director Kohler.
Director Kohler, may I speak?
Okay, Director Ryan, please. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. I just want to say, keep it really short, and it's basically to agree with Director Martinez and that I think that there's problems with the composition of the committee. That's all I'm going to focus on right now. And I would say that it would be a disservice to the committee and the organization to not have at least Directors Wilkinson and Andre on the committee, because we've had a long period of of continuity with the same CEO. So our skill at evaluating new CEOs has not been tested. And if we engage in the process and don't have all the particular viewpoints of what makes an important CEO and their qualifications come forward, we're going to have, as Director Martinez said, it will come back to bite us later. And I think that something that Mr. Slayton said earlier is that, when we go out to solicit both the firm to recruit the CEO and ultimately the CEO, it is a two-way process. And both the consulting firm, the search firm, and the potential CEOs might be unsettled if they perceive that the committee that directs their actions didn't include a contingent of the board that was instrumental in highlighting some deficiencies in the previous CEO. So I think it's really important to that committee to have all of the viewpoints incorporated, particularly the ones that highlighted and precipitated the departure of the CEO.
Thank you. So I think I'm sorry, we're going back to Concord now?
Yes, we're going back to Concord. Just want to make sure there are any additional comments before we move for our motion.
Well, I was just I was thinking about just making a motion to kind of move this along forward. As you know, I'm one of the ones that was suggested for the 7-member committee. I'm actually suggesting making a motion that we move forward with a vote on that committee, but substituting actually Stephanie Andre for myself on that committee. So we can get her voice on there. I can do I've expressed interest in the grand jury committee. We can do that, but I think maybe we can just move forward and they can start the work. So a motion with one amendment.
I think there's one issue with that Catalina is just going to bring up. It's very kind of you, but Catalina, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director McCormick. I just want to flag that if you are slotted out and Director Andre slots in, we have a quorum of XCOM. So a different individual would need to be slotted out, though I appreciate your efforts.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Then I would like to propose an alternate or substitute motion on myself then to substitute Director Darling for Director Andre on the executive committee recommended committee. So we have Director Andre on the as one of the 7 on the CEO search.
I would second that. Wilkinson.
I'd like to make an alternate motion if I could.
Yes. I just want to make sure because I kind of felt like Director Amanda had made a motion and then we went back into some comments over in San Rafael. So Catalina, if you can help me, because I think now we have 2 motions and Director Zorn is presenting a 3rd motion. So I just want to make sure we go.
Thank you, Chair. I am not aware of a second for Director Sakach's motion.
She never received a second. That's because it went back over for comments. But that's okay.
Chair,
Sounds like that's okay. That's okay.
Chair, this is Director Alessio. I don't recall her making the motion. I recall her saying we should make a motion, but not that she actually made the motion.
Oh, thank you, Director Alessio. She said it's okay. So
if she'd like to make the motion, but there will be alternative motions coming.
No, Director Alessio, she doesn't. So
I'll make the motion because I do think we should pay more attention to process and that we have recommendation from the executive committee. I feel like it passed the executive committee. We should honor their recommendation. So I will make that motion.
Then I'll second that. That was the initial motion that was made. I'll second it.
okay. So
And then can I voice my alternate motion? I didn't finish.
Before you do, Director Zorn, can I just make sure I have it correct? That's Director Sakach for the 2nd motion and Director Bailey, was that the second?
Yes.
And we have another alternate motion over here, so we're going to have a few.
So we have another alternate motion, Director McCormick and Director Wilkerson, second that motion.
What,
And
we
then-
we haven't said what the motions are. I just said I'd like to make an alternate motion, but I didn't vocalize what it was.
I know, I'm coming to you next.
Okay. Okay.
I think she's just trying to write it all down to get it in order.
Okay.
I'm all set for you, Director Zorn.
Director Zorn, let me know when you're ready, Catalina, then I'll move over to Director Zorn.
I'm all set for Director Zorn.
Okay. Director Zorn.
Sorry. My alternate motion is to continue this to the September meeting.
I'll second that.
Second.
Oh, I guess there's 2 seconds.
So we had a second by Director Murphy, but I know someone yelled a second over at San Rafael.
I think we had the first one over there in Concord, the second in Director Murphy, but also Director Alessio has an alternate motion.
Okay, just wait, I'm going to pause for just a moment. Director Zorn, did I hear you correctly that you said the September meeting, September, I think it's the 17th, was that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Chair, we have 3 motions on the table. You have the choice to take a 4th motion or vote on these motions and then consider any alternate motions depending on how this plays out.
Let's go with the 3. I think that's a lot of motions on the table. If they don't pass, Director Alessio will go over to your motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in order,
So the last, sorry, Chair, mind if I jump in? So the last motion that we have on the table, which is what we will vote on first, is from Director Zorn. That has been seconded by Director Murphy, and that is to continue the selection of the ad hoc search committee for the CEO to the September meeting. I believe it's September 16th, but we'll just say the September board meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's move on to our Madam Clerk. Can you please call roll?
Can I just ask a question? I'm sorry, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
Yes, Director Bailey.
So what was the initial First Amendment that got stopped before it had time for a second? Is that now the second one or is that the first one? I just want to know where that one comes in. Because it was there and then we didn't let it finish. So
Yeah, so Catalina, can you explain if you have 3 motions on the table, that's what they're asking, and what order the motions?
I just want to know what number hers was. Is it 1, 2, or 3? That's all. It's 3.
I'm sorry, Bailey, I'm not catching, Director Bailey, I'm not catching your comment.
Forgive me. I'm through the chair. I'm trying to figure out the order. So we have Zorn is, I think in the order we go is that's going to be the first one we vote on. What is the second thing we're voting on? Who's the person that made the motion for the second vote?
Yes, so I have the first motion that you'll be voting on is Director Zorn's, which is to continue this to the September meeting. If that fails, we'll move to the motion that was made by Director Sakach, and that is the recommendation that was made by the Executive Committee. It was seconded by Director Bailey. If that fails, we will move to the motion that was made by Director McCormick, which is to have the 7 proposed, but it slots out Director Darling with Director Andre, and that was seconded by Director Wilkinson.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you. Okay. Catalina, is it okay for us to move forward with roll call of the first?
Yes, and just one more time for clarification,
Yes.
what y'all are voting on is to continue the selection of the CEO search committee to the September board meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll? Everyone.
Belvedere,
No.
Benicia,
No.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
No.
Danville,
No.
Fairfax,
No.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules,
No.
Lafayette,
No.
Larkspur,
Yeah, I swapped out Cindy with Stephanie.
No.
Marin County,
No.
Martinez,
Yes.
Napa County and Four Napa Cities,
No.
Novato,
No.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pinal,
Aye.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill.
No. Oh, sorry, no.
Thank you. Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
No.
San Ramon,
Yes.
Sausalito, Solano County,
Yes.
Tiburon,
No.
Walnut Creek.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, that'll bring us to the next motion, which is from Dr. Sakach, which is the recommendations that are made by the executive committee, which include Chair Scales Preston, Vice Chair Darlene Kohler, Painter, Birdseye, Sackett, and McCormick. And could I just get a confirmation that this motion also includes the authority to work with staff and bring those items as it was recommended by the executive committee back to the board and executive committee? I think that was a component that was part of the executive recommendations. So I just wanted to clarify if that was in your motion.
Yes.
Okay. Go for it, clerk.
Belvedere,
No.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Could you clarify which motion this is, please?
This is the motion that was moved forward by the executive committee, which has the committee being Scales Preston, Darling, Kohler, Painter, Birdseye, Sackett, and McCormick.
Okay, no.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
No.
Fairfax,
No.
Fairfield,
No.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
No.
Larkspur,
No.
Marin County,
No.
Martinez,
No.
Napa County and Four Napa Cities,
No.
Novato,
No.
Oakley,
No.
Pinal,
No.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
No.
San Anselmo,
No.
San Ramon,
No.
Solano County,
No.
Tiburon,
No.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Thank you. So now we have one last motion on the table. And
Yes.
Catalina, can you read that motion?
Absolutely, Chair. So this is the motion that was proposed by Director McCormick and seconded by Wilkinson. It is for the committee makeup that was recommended by XCOM, but slotting out Director Darling and putting in Director Andre. So it'll be Scales Preston, Andre, Kohler, Painter, Birdseye, Sackett, and McCormick. And same clarification here, Director McCormick, are you also moving forward the authorizations that were made by the executive committee?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Fairfield,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
No.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities,
No.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
I guess yes.
Pinole,
I guess I.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
San Ramon,
Yes.
Solano County,
Yes.
Tiburon,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank the board.
We got another hour and a half, 2 hours.
This was great discussion. I appreciate having more directors participate in the discussion. And I hope that we can continue to work together and
I'm gonna propose that you
move
become-
forward. I'm sorry, I was hearing comment. Is someone trying to make a comment on San Rafael's side?
Could you turn off your mic, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Chair, there was discussion here with the mic on.
Okay. Well, just once again, thank you again. I look forward to working with all of the directors and coming back to, provide an update to the full board. Moving on to our next item, and we have been talking about it a little bit, and that is we're going to open it up for item number 8, receive public comment on the civil grand jury report. And so we would like to have public comment from the public as we are trying to get, as we start working and moving towards creating our ad hoc committee for item number 9, and hope that staff can record this public comment so that it can help with us as we are completing all the information that we need to complete before getting the report turned in for a grand jury response. So I will turn it over to see if any of my directors have any questions. And I can't remember if I started in San Rafael or Concord last time. So we'll start in San Rafael.
Chair, may I just add, this is Catalina, that this is not going to be the only opportunity for both the public and the board members to provide their comments, and staff can always receive written comments, especially from the public. We intend to have additional opportunities throughout this process while we're drafting the response. So just wanted to flag that.
And, Chair Scales Preston, you've been so gracious starting in San Rafael every time. So I would suggest that maybe you start in Concord this time. Maybe
Director Kohler. Okay, we'll start off with, looks like Director Nakamura.
Yeah, I just have a question about process. We've reached the 10 o'clock mark. Don't we need to take a vote to continue?
So yeah, I asked that question to council at, I believe it was 9:44, and I believe anything that is pressing business that we need to complete.
Okay.
We do not have to take a vote on this particular item because we need to complete it tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Correct, Chair.
Do I have any questions from directors here in Concord? Okay, seeing none, turning it back over to you, Director Kohler.
Yeah, I just want to maybe just make one recommendation that right now we're getting comments rather than questions. So maybe if just a suggestion, if we ask board members if they have specific comments they'd like to give, maybe that might be a little more effective right now. I
Do
hope
we have
that-
any comments from directors here in Concord?
I just have a question about the composition of the grand jury committee. Now that Director Andre is on the ad hoc committee for the CEO search, I'm wondering if she is still interested in also doing the grand jury report, because that seems like a lot with executive committee and tech or no, not tech, finance. So
that would be item number 9. Right now, just for item number 8, we can come back to your question, but right now we're on item number 8 to receive public comment on the civil grand jury report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so are we just going to public comment?
So we're getting comments, if there's any comments or questions from board members, and then we will receive public comments from members of the public. And as our counsel mentioned, there will be other times to provide comment. If directors do not have comment tonight, they can email public comment, or they can email comments over, Catalina?
They can send comments to staff.
Send comments to staff. And is there a particular staff member that they should send comments to?
I recommend sending them to the clerk.
Thank you for that. Director Birdseye.
So as elected officials, we prepare for every meeting that we attend. And the grand jury report has been out for over a month. And it is required reading. We do not need anybody to tell us that we need to read the report. We wouldn't be doing our jobs here as board members unless we have read that report. So for the public that has, urged the directors to read the report, we have read the report. That's part of doing this type of business.
Thank you, Director Birdseye. Any additional comments or questions here in Concord? Seeing none. Okay, I will turn it back over to you, Director Kohler, to see if there's any comments or questions in San Rafael.
I'm looking around and I see no one. So I think we're good, Chair.
Do we have any members of the public that would like to make a comment at this time in San Rafael?
Miss Director Andre.
Just a quick comment. I broadly support the findings and the recommendations in the grand jury report. I think, it was a very thorough and detailed and well-documented report. And I know that the jurisdictions outside of Marin are not required to respond. So I just wanted to see, and, I think that it's worth at least having the conversation with your councils, but I don't know what, what the East Bay jurisdictions and the Napa and the Solano County jurisdictions might want to be doing with their city council. So just a general question in terms of, I know we'll be responding to the full grand jury report as an agency here, and then jurisdictions in Marin are required to write our own responses, and was just curious what some of the other counties.
Just to be clear, the jurisdictions in Marin were not asked to respond to the full report.
No, right.
We had 2 findings and
Correct.
2 recommendations. One had to do with absenteeism,
Right.
and I'm not sure what the other was. And that was the same, those 2 findings and recommendations. If the other jurisdictions choose to respond, they may.
Right.
So I just want to clarify
Yeah.
that because it is a little different.
Right. Yes, exactly.
So I think folks are taking that in.
I can.
Okay, well, Director Alessio wants to respond.
Yeah, I'll just, I've been keeping our Board of Supervisors in Napa County up to date on all the significant changes and points of concern. They're aware of the grand jury report. They're aware that Marin is going to be responding to it. And I'll be providing and sharing that response to the Board of Supervisors. It won't be agendized, but it'll be part of my board comments keeping them in the loop.
Thank you. So I think we are good over here if we want to move to public comment. Oh, Chair, would you like to move to public comment now?
Yes, we can move to public comment at this time.
I think we have folks in San Rafael if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I can read time as, my name is Robert Miller, Marin Conservation League. I can read time as well as anybody else. It's 10:15. I'm going to be really short. It's not great to be commenting on an issue where there's no formal presentation by staff, so this is kind of odd. I too, and Marin Conservation League broadly supports the findings. Just want to say this, and we'll have more to say about the findings, but we've heard comments that the powers that be in Marin rigged this in some fashion. And I just want to say that that's a comforting story to some, but however comforting, it's wrong. According to many different sources, the Marin civil grand jury is a high integrity process. It's essentially incorruptible. The lead author had been the chief supervising attorney of the California Supreme Court, according to what I've heard. We only know that, and a highly respected figure, we only know that because he died very recently. 30 hours of interviews with 14 people from the board, management, community watchdog, they reviewed hundreds of pages of meeting packets, dozens of hours of board of directors and committee meeting videos, and much more. I was going to provide some highlights. I am not going to provide any highlights. It is 10:15. That's it, and we'll have more to say as another point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments here in San Rafael? I see none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment via Zoom?
Yes, I see a hand raised by Jody Timms.
Thank you.
Good evening, late evening. Thank you for listening. I'm not really even sure how this agenda item got on the agenda. I just want to say, as representing 350 Marin, I gave my opinion and my thoughts about the grand jury report at the last board meeting, then at the executive committee meeting. I asked that we, the public, be able to hear from the board members how they felt about the grand jury report. So I do feel like the public has had a chance to weigh in on this, and we will have more opportunities. But what we're not getting, and there's certainly not time for it now, is a chance to hear which board members felt like it had some good points to make, and which others felt like, maybe there's just a lot that's not relevant to us, because that's the word on the street. I'm going to keep speaking about it later, but not tonight. And the hearing from the board members and having the ad hoc committee members hear how other board members feel about it before they go off on and write a long report and then have that come back to be debated was what I was looking for. And I would think that ad hoc committee members would have wanted to hear from the full board without going to every one of them. What did you think of the report? So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment.
I see no additional hands, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment here in Concord? Okay. We will bring it back to the board. And this item was just a discussion item, so there's nothing to vote on. So we will now move on to item number 9, proposed creation of ad hoc civil grand jury response committee. So Chair Director Kohler, chair of our XCOM, Vice Chair, it's getting late, Vice Chair Cindy Darling, and myself also have been talking about this and working on this together. And we all understand that the goal is to ensure that the board can meet its obligations to respond to the grand jury report in a thoughtful and thorough and timely fashion. The board's obligation, MCE is obligated, it's our statutory duty to respond by September 14th, as it was discussed during some of our discussions today. And that's a few days before our September board meeting. As this is the board's response, this must be a board-driven process as well. Timing is tight, and we don't have much time, so we need to complete a draft for the board to consider at its August meeting, unless the board holds a special meeting in September before its regular scheduled meeting. We are therefore proposing to create an ad hoc civil grand jury response committee to lead this process. Recap from XCOM meeting on July 6th. Myself, Director Kohler, Vice Chair Darling proposed, Director Andre Walker, Sackett from Marin County, and Directors McCormick, Scatz from Contra Costa County. However, Director Sackett and Director McCormick they both were moved to the CEO ad hoc committee during that meeting. And we have just voted on that item before, so this is more discussion to have. Also, at XCOM, during that meeting, Director Perry provided a willingness to serve on the committee, as well as other names was mentioned by directors of adding Director Bailey or Director Balotz. And Director Balotz ultimately also expressed interest in serving on the committee. The executive committee made a unanimous recommendation for the creation of an ad hoc grand jury response committee consisting of Directors Perret, Andres, Scott, and Walker, with an additional slot for Balotz to be added to the committee. Additionally, XCOM requested that all board members be asked for their interest with this committee, and so an email went out as well to the full board. While this is going to be a board-led committee, we will need the resources and support from staff. The committee may leverage staff and external legal counsel. As we discussed, we just appointed someone to be our governance counsel. So we hope that that person will be working with this committee as well. We invite the ad hoc civil grand jury committee to leverage the selection of the governance council to support. The final response will need to be brought to the full board for approval, as I mentioned. That, of course, as I shared, would occur either a special meeting or at the August meeting. The key is to get a committee up and running as soon as possible and to ensure that it has the resources it needs to have oversight and direction at this point. I will turn it over to Vice Chair Darling and Director Kohler to see if they have any comments to share. Thank you.
This is Director Darling, and I think there's a lot of work here. I think we have a great governance council on board now. Because I offered to go off of the ad hoc CEO search committee, I would be interested in helping with this one because I have free time all of a sudden.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Darling. I want to add something that we talked about. And then I think Director Andre wants to speak, and then we have a recommendation. But I think there's a couple of things that we talked about is it would be very time constrained But we're hoping very much that the ad hoc grand jury response committee could actually have a draft available for the August board meeting. And by that, we're very hopeful that then the full board would have the opportunity to see that draft and make suggested revisions if necessary. Some of those might be minor, some might be substantive. And so our hope was that if that's at all possible, that would be an opportunity, and then the ad hoc committee could go forth and make those changes. And one suggestion, and this may not be popular, and I'm not pushing for it, is potentially bring it to the executive committee to approve the final. But if that doesn't work, bring it to the September board meeting. And there is a possibility of making a formal request to the judge to be a few days late. We've done that in Fairfax on one opportunity, and we want to make sure that we have a very thorough and good response. But just want to throw that out there. If it's at all possible, getting it done by August for a draft, a good draft, and then you get the full board able to really weigh in on that draft, and then you have more time to work on it. And with that, I just want to turn it over to Director Andre, who I believe wanted
Director
to.
Kohler, may I add something? I made a mistake. So when we did the proposed, I forgot to add our new director, Director Chantel Walker of Town of San Anselmo.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to make sure. So let me just read these off again, just in case for individuals that may not have it in front of them. And just for members of the public, because I left off one director's name. So Director Perret, City of Mill Valley, Director Stephanie Andres, City of Locksburg, Director Amanda Skites, City of Pleasant Hill, and Director Chantel Walker, Town of San Anselmo. And then also Director Mark Balotz, Town of Danville. So just want to make sure that I got that correct. Director Andres, I will turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I want to withdraw my name from this committee. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. We had a little side conversation, and just want to say that I asked Director Wilkinson if she would be willing to join this committee. I don't want to speak for you, but I think you said yes.
Yes, I'm happy to do that, but I will not be at the August meeting, at the August board meeting.
Oh, darn it. So
my alternate will, but I will not be there.
Okay, well, I just want to ask one question. If you're not here for the August meeting, would you be available to work to get that draft together?
Until the day before the board meeting, yeah.
Oh, well, that's perfect. Okay, so I just want to also add that we just heard from Director Darling that she would like to step on. So with Director, the additions would be Director Balotz, remove Director Andre, Director Wilkinson, and Director Darling. Sounds like a great group to me.
I'll move to approve as stated ad hoc committee that was just acknowledged. So it's the existing committee removing Director Andre, adding Director Darling, Director Balotz, and Director Wilkinson.
I think that's a great idea, but I think we need to have public comment.
We have to have public comment, but your motion will
we do
be
have
on
a
the table.
motion.
I'll circle back
Thank
with
you.
Director Alessio.
Thank you.
Okay.
We had a
Was there
second here, Director Andre, when
We
you're
have
ready to circle back.
We have a second by Director Meadows, but I was just trying to get him to wait so we could get public comment.
Chair, I don't know whose screen is being shared. Can they update the grand jury report proposed and interested with the people we just said? Is that possible? Okay, I just sure because we're looking at a screen that now doesn't reflect the actual list.
Unfortunately,
sorry, this is Justine Parmley here. This is a static PDF, but I have a live editable screen, so I can share my screen momentarily so that it's up for the vote so that you know who's on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While you're doing that, then we will go out for public comment. Do we have any public comment from Concord? We have one public comment from Concord.
Hi, Alicia Minion. I have a question. So the Civil Grand Jury Ad Hoc Committee, will they be working with independent outside legal counsel? And the only reason why I ask is that just because general counsel is mentioned on some of the issues within the Civil Grand Jury report, my recommendation is that she not participate in the response whatsoever, just for independence, just because of the implication, in light of the comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. And as it was shared a couple of times during the meeting, we haven't filled out the contract yet, I don't think, but we just appointed someone to be our outside governance counsel that will be working with this group. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't have their name right in front of me right now, but I don't know if you have that information, Catalina, if you want to share, but.
Yes, we're almost finalizing the contract. It's Alishire and Winder.
Thank you for that. Moving over to San Rafael to see if there's any public comment, members of the public that would like to provide public comment.
Is there any member of the public here that wants to comment? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public via Zoom?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Thank you. All right, we have a, bringing it back to the board, do we have any additional questions or comments here in Concord?
I just want to say that I take the grand jury report very seriously, and I'm honored to serve on this committee if I'm approved. Thank you.
Thank you. In San Rafael, before we go forward with a motion, are there any additional questions or comments from directors in San Rafael?
There are none, Chair.
Thank you. So we're moving, we have a motion on the floor from Director Alessia, and then we have a second on the floor from Director Meadows. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Belvedere,
Yes.
Venetia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Napa County and four Napa cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pinole,
Aye.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
San Ramon,
Yes.
Solano County,
Yep.
Tiburon,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So now I'm just going to go back to our time check. It's 10:33, and I just want to check with council for item number 10. Is this something we need to vote on? Proposed general counsel reporting structure, if this is time sensitive?
Thank you, Chair. I would leave it to you to decide if it is time sensitive, and if the board overruled or disagreed, they could vote to go ahead and hear it. I would I would make the suggestion that I think that this can easily be pushed to another meeting, and it does not change any of my reporting structures or obligations under the rules of professional responsibility as MCE is my client. So would happy to take direction from the board.
That made no sense.
Well, if possible, if my directors would be okay just moving forward with this item. I know this has been something that you want to put it off. I have directors that want to put it off in Concord. In San Rafael, is it the same feeling that directors would prefer to put this off until next month or move forward with the item?
I'm just going to look around. I think it's relatively fast.
It's a quick one.
I think we're getting a nodding of heads that we're okay with doing this.
Okay, I think we should move forward. This has been something that has been talked about, from some of our other directors, as well as the public. And so I will move this item to be discussed by our general counsel, Catalina. So please go ahead.
Thank you all. I'll try to be brief here. I just wanted to flag that.
You're very quiet. Could you move a little closer to the mic? Or bite it, perhaps?
I was like, is that, or being facetious here?
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you all. I wanted to just flag that, as general counsel, my client is the agency, which means I represent the organization and how the organization is acting through the duly authorized board or the committees, or as authority is delegated to staff or CEO. And so this reporting structure change, which is presented to you as an amendment, or excuse me, a resolution under 2026 06 is amending while kind of keeping the spirit of the 2018-09 resolution. This went to the executive committee in July and it was approved unanimously with edits. Those edits have been reflected into this resolution, and essentially the resolution is to clarify that the supervision reporting structure is the board for the general counsel, and to clarify that the board retains the authority to hire both the CEO and the general counsel, and that there are going to be report outs to the board from the executive committee regarding the setting and compensation of both the CEO and the general counsel. Happy to go into any other questions if that's a recap that satisfies the board.
Any questions or comments from directors in San Rafael?
I'm looking around. I see one mic on. Could you turn it off unless you have a question?
Is it a question or a comment? I heard both.
Just do both.
So my comment is having general counsel report to the board is a strong, positive public sector process. One of the first conversations that the current general counsel and I had was, to whom do you report on paper? I strongly support this move and the clarity that it brings.
Thank you. Anyone else in San Rafael? Seeing none, going back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any directors here in Concord have any questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing none. Do we have any public comment here in Concord? Seeing no public comment in Concord, any public comment via Zoom?
I see no raised hands online, Chair.
Okay, any members of the public that would like to make a public comment in San Rafael?
There is none, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, I would like to entertain a motion for
Through the chair.
item 10. Yes.
I will
Director.
move that we approve proposed resolution 2026-06, delegating authority, setting compensation, tenure, appointment, and conditions of employment to the executive committee and the CEO.
I second.
Director Walker, second.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Director Nakamura, and then we have two motions. Okay, so
Chair, should we take the second from Director Walker? I think
We're
that's what
going
I
to
heard
take the
first.
second from Director Walker. Director Burrows said that was okay. Director Walker, is there a second? Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Belvedere,
Yes.
Benicia,
Yes.
Concord,
Yes.
Contra Costa County,
Yes.
Danville,
Yes.
Fairfax,
Yes.
Hercules,
Yes.
Lafayette,
Yes.
Larkspur,
Yes.
Marin County,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Napa County and 4 Napa cities,
Yes.
Novato,
Yes.
Oakley,
Yes.
Pittsburgh,
Yes.
Pleasant Hill,
Yes.
Richmond,
Yes.
San Anselmo,
Yes.
San Ramon,
Yes.
Tiburon,
Yes.
Walnut Creek.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So I think we could skip over item 11. Is that right, Catalina? Because now we're at time and we took on the things that were important.
Agreed.
Okay. Everyone have a safe evening. Thank you all for the discussion and your hard work tonight. I really appreciate it. Look forward to working with everyone moving forward. And please drive safely. I know it's late. And have a good night again. Thank you.